Afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Salina City Commission study session. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Wood.
Yeah, I'm going to pretty quickly turn it over to Development Services staff, but I do just want to acknowledge, when we do this is really a culmination of a lot of work, a lot of time, energy, and effort from Development Services staff up and down and different boards and commissions as well. So just want to acknowledge all the hard work that has happened to get us to this point today, and then I'll turn it over to Lauren Driscoll, and she can take it away.
Ms. Driscoll.
Thank you, Commissioners. Lauren Driscoll, Director of Community and Development Services. There are 4 of us that are going to be presenting on this topic today. We have Ian Tinsley, the Assistant Building Official. We have Joe Kovacic, City Fire Marshal, and Rodney Rexwingle, Commercial Plans Examiner and Building Inspector. So, with that, wanted to just touch on and give some context to this whole very big picture, because there are a lot of moving pieces to this. First of all, why does this matter? Why does code matter? Particularly building code is an interesting one because unlike zoning code, where we kind of take it in these kind of piecemeal pieces as something comes along, building code actually is done kind of batches. There are local amendments that can be done throughout time, but in general, there are standard code companies that produce model code that we use, build off of, and make local amendments from. So today we're going to be talking about the wide breadth of building code and also our fire code. These provide minimum standards for life safety, structural integrity, and most importantly, fire protection. They are adopted typically by national consensus through the ICC, International Code Council, and IAPMO. They incorporate new technologies, research, and safety practices. And as staff goes through some of those changes today, you'll learn a little bit about what has come about in the industries that have brought about some of these changes and why those are being recommended. And these apply to new construction, remodels, and various life safety systems. Typically, model code is introduced every 3 years. A community doesn't always have to adopt every 3 years, sometimes based on that community's pace of development or regional specifications. They may wait a couple of years. Local jurisdictions, when it comes time to adopt new model code, will go through, review what has been proposed, and make any local amendments, as we have done here, and we'll talk a little bit about how we did that. Once adopted, these new codes become the enforceable standard in Salina Municipal Code. And local amendments cannot be less restrictive than a higher body. So for instance, we have a state fire marshal's office. If the state fire marshal's office adopts a regulation, we can't be less restrictive than that. We always have to meet that, or we could be more restrictive. So you see in here too how we've also noted where things are at the state level to make sure we're in compliance. We'll also talk a little bit, particularly on the IFC or International Fire Code side, that the state is probably within the next 2 to 3 years getting ready to do their next code update. And so those are things that staff is thinking about in advance as we talk about this today and moving forward in the future. But all in all, our goal is to adopt a strong, modern code that supports safe and efficient construction in the community. This code review process has taken a little bit of work, but it was very important and very needed. So I feel like as a community, we have definitely vetted this. We started August 2nd of 2022, going through all of these pieces and making sure to have stakeholder engagement throughout this process. We had contractors, design professionals, and all of the trades involved. Public notification, in addition to open invitations to participate, have always been there. Most importantly in this process is the subcommittee process. There have been 7 subcommittees formed throughout this. There's one from each major code body. And throughout this time, they have met 38 times. These are also public meetings. I want to note that. So they're noticed on our website, there's an agenda that's published, and they're open to the public to attend. Meetings typically last 1 to 3 hours as they go section by section by section of all these codes that match each one of the subcommittees, and reviewed all of the 2018 code in addition to proposing local amendments. These amendments and local changes are also, sorry, Margie, should be noted that they're based on local practices and recommendations from folks in the field. So, what are our weather conditions like? Maybe it wouldn't be applicable here, things like that. We also had a significant amount of public outreach beyond what we did with subcommittees. There was a public meeting held on October 29th of this year. We reviewed all the proposed amendments in that meeting. The invitation for that meeting was not only posted on social media and went out on our website, but it also went to the BAB notification list, which is the Building Advisory Board. Our list of contractors, the nice thing is having contractor licensing in the city, we also notified them through that method. We also provide continuing education, and as part of being a licensed contractor in the city of Salina, you have to keep getting education. So we were able to also reach out through our continuing ed network to let contractors know about this information. And last but not least is the contractor bid packet list. So also if you are registered to get those notifications, we also let you know about the open house, about what's going on with the project. We did have a Q&A opportunity at the end of that, so staff has had a chance to talk with folks, and the Building Advisory Board was, of course, there, so had some opportunity for feedback. Okay, so BAB oversight and final recommendations, and that's really what's gotten us to where we're at today. The BAB received regular progress updates, so you had the subcommittees meeting, and then the BAB itself met as a whole, and we're getting progress reports as we've gone throughout this. Subcommittee recommendations were viewed through public meetings, and final recommendations were made by the BAB on November 5th and December 2nd of this year. All 8 ordinances unanimously were recommended for approval to the City Commission. And as a reminder, the BAB is compiled of individuals from the various trades, including architecture and engineering. So there's a wide breadth of expertise on that particular committee. So local amendment reduction summary. I think this is interesting. One of the things that we found is the community did a lot of work on our current building code through a lot of local amendments to get it to where we were at. And we found that many of the local amendments we've made are really already in the 2018 code. So what you'll see is actually we have a reduction in the number of amendments that we've brought forward. So that is something worth noting. I think it just says that our practices and the code are matching up. And it's our intention that currently we'll be moving in the 2018, but we anticipate moving to the 2024 code here in the next couple of years. We've gotten a little further behind as far as code updates go. I think Salina, like many other communities in Kansas, were kind of waiting to see what the state fire marshal's office did. And when they weren't picking up the pace, we found we needed to pick up the pace because the industry, the technology, best practices were all kind of moving along. And frankly, we get calls from the builders who are like, hey, I'm buying a prefab building, or I'm getting ready to purchase new materials. This is the specs they're at. You guys are less than that. Where are you going in the future? So that's also part of keeping up with the industry. As far as implementation plan, the proposed effective date of this ordinance, if adopted, would be January 1st of 2026, so first of the year. This is very traditional in adopting a major code section like this, is allowing a 6-month transition window. What you can never predict is how many projects we have in progress right now. Some of them start, pause for a bit, come back. And for those that are in process, this gives you a 6-month window to come into compliance. Are you going to comply with current code, or are you going to go straight to the new code? Permits filled on or after July of 2026, so this coming year, must comply with the new codes. But until then, we allow some flexibility going back and forth while everybody gets on the same page. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Ian Tinsley.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm just going to go over some of the skilled trade codes with you. The first one is the International Energy Conservation Code. The City of Salina currently enforces a 2009 IECC. 2018 IECC introduces major increases in testing and verification. This includes mandatory blower door testing, duct leakage testing, higher insulation and envelope requirements, and third-party verification. The limited local testing capability in this region and the significant cost impacts for homeowners and builders was one of our decisions to stay with the 2009. So our local recommendation is to continue enforcing the 2009 IECC with no adoption of the 2018 at this time. The rationale behind that is local builders and designers are not equipped for required testing. This could create construction delays, would significantly increase project cost, provides minimal additional energy benefit relative to the cost burden, and maintains a consistent enforceable standard. We had no local amendments on the IECC. The UMC, which is the Uniform Mechanical Code 2018, has clarified requirements for slope roofs and equipment installation, condensate pumps and drainage, and air handling equipment. Updated provisions to match current residential HVAC practices. We went from 16 to 15 amendments. We removed one. Removed duct leakage testing requirement because it proved impractical. Testing availability was limited. Not providing meaningful compliance benefit. General cleanup of outdated language. Alignment with current local HVAC replacement practices, including like-for-like furnace replacements without full flue replacement. The Uniform Plumbing Code 2018 edition. Updates include approval of epoxy lining systems for pipe rehabilitation, reduced allowable lead content and potable water components, clarified residential fire sprinkler insulation provisions, and updates to circuit venting and technical diagrams. We went from 14 to 22 amendments, increased due to needed clarifications, added clarifying language on installation standards, local material specifications, inspections for specialty systems. We retained protective measures for portable water and ensured alignment with the regional contractor practices. National Electrical Code 2017 edition. Evolving definitions and installation standards for electrical vehicle chargers, including updated listing requirements, branch circuit rating standards for dwelling and commercial buildings. We have expanded requirements for neutral conductors and switch boxes, growth in energy storage systems and electrical equipment labeled standards. We went from 7 to 6 amendments. Continued local amendment to allow exceptions for GFCI requirements for hardwired appliances, sump pumps in certain configurations, and the cleanup of outdated interpretations from previous code cycles.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Rodney Rexwinkle, Commercial Plan Reviewer and Building Inspector for the City of Salina. I want to talk to you about the International Building Code overview. There were some significant changes from the 2012 version to the 2018, and we tried to go in and clean up and align to meet some of those standards. A lot of what we did is updated the occupancy classifications, including reclassifying self-storage as S1. These aren't ours, these are IBC, excuse me. That the IBC itself did that. New and reorganized provisions for occupied roofs, ambulatory care facilities, and medical gas systems in buildings. We improved the egress. They improved the egress requirements. They revised the exit access travel distances and clarified stair and corridor protection in buildings. Strengthened fire resistance and lateral load stability requirements, and updated business occupant load factors. So we saw a significant reduction in local amendments with the IBC. It went from 58 local amendments to 30. As you can see, there's a major reduction for the City of Salina. A lot of that was removed outdated or redundant amendments, where the 2018 code now provides adequate guidance. Again, as Ms. Driscoll mentioned earlier, a lot of the stuff that we had amendments for, code is now recognized as model code, so our amendments no longer needed to be put in there. It was actually part of the standard code. Retained key local amendments involving fire partitions and separation clarifications, construction detailing for local building types, And they needed exceptions for existing Salina building stock. So some of the existing buildings we have, we had to do some exceptions to keep them operational as they're currently built. Some key considerations is reclassification of certain occupancies may affect plan review, but increases consistency amongst the various types of occupancies. Fire and life safety clarifications improve enforcement reliability, and reduced amendments simplify code administration for designers and contractors. If you're used to designing or engineering in another jurisdiction, it makes it easier to design and build in Salina without having to relearn how to do it.
Next up is the International Residential Code 2018 edition. Interconnected smoke alarms will be required even for remodels now. They have given a provision that you could use wireless technology to interconnect those for people that can't run wire in between on a remodel. The solar panel roof pathways was added for firefighter access and also to reduce clearance or improve clearances on rooftops for other work. We expanded and adopted Appendix Q, which is a tiny house provision. We increased the allowable area of a tiny house from 400 to 600 square feet. And we have new standards for mezzanines, ladders, and lofts for the tiny house homes. Clarifications for mezzanine limits, stair types, and framing details also went with that. And we have updates to our footing foundation tables for accessory structures. We significantly reduced the amendments, such as the IBC. A lot of the amendments we had are now model code. We have the removal of outdated local provisions. We retained Salina-specific amendments that address local soil conditions, regional construction methods, and clarifications to prevent inconsistent enforcement. Key considerations: tiny house Appendix Q adoption ensures safe construction of all small residential units. Interconnected smoke alarms requirement may affect remodels but enhances life safety. Changes do not create unusual cost burdens relative to the complementary practice.
So the IEBC is the International Existing Building Code 2018. This is a brand new code that we're adopting for the first time. Part of that, this reason this code came about is in previous versions, this was actually part of the International Building Code. It was in chapters of the International Building Code. The International Code Council decided it was significant enough that they created their own code book. So with that creation, we adopted the IEBC as a code book. Since it has been removed out of the building code, we didn't have any other way to address existing buildings. So it's a first-time structure compliance pathways based on repair, various alteration levels, how much of the building you're altering or remodeling, a change of occupancy, in addition to existing building, and then technical flexibility for older and historic buildings. Again, the new changes on stuff that didn't used to be available for construction methods. We have 0 amendments to this code, being it's a brand new code. We adopted it as written. The rationale for that is the code already provides flexibility. It aligns with national best practices, give design professionals clearer expectations, and simplifies review compared to IBC-only approach.
Next up, we have the Uniform Swimming Pool, Spa, and Hot Tub Code 2018 edition. This is also the first time we've adopted in Salina. Updates safety standards for barriers, entrances and gates, seasonal and permanent pools, residential and commercial installations. This was also part of the IRC and the IBC. It was an appendix. It is now its own code book. We have 4 amendments. One significant policy decision is that we prohibit power safety covers as a substitute for required physical barriers. The rationale behind this is that safety covers must be replaced every 5 years, fail if left open or if the mechanical malfunctions, difficult for city to enforce long-term compliance, physical barriers provide passive, always in place protection, and higher reliability for child safety and accident prevention.
All right, next up is the International Fire Code 2018 edition. Some of the key updates that we had is our food truck regulations. Previously, we didn't technically have an adopted food truck code, and that came into play in 2018. The Group E sprinkler threshold are now required in educational occupancies where the fire area occupant load is 300 or more. Manual fire alarms in assembly spaces required when occupant loads exceed 300, but also when more than 100 occupants are located above or below the level of exit discharge. Exit discharge illumination, we do a really good job inside buildings of this. They notice that outside of the building, you might not have the lighting that you need to get to a safe space, so now that's required outside also. Outdoor assembly and trade shows. New provisions address hazards associated with temporary and large-scale events. And then self-storage service facilities or self-service storage facilities. We did this local amendment last year, the year before, and we're keeping that in place.
One of the significant changes in IFC is section 1103.5.1. And what that is it's group A2 occupancies with the alcohol consumption. Not just selling it, it's consuming it, so if it's brought on site on its own. The way the model code is written, since it is part of Chapter 11 in the 2018 IFC, that means it is a retroactive code. Chapter 11 is reserved for life safety heavy incidents. This being because of what has happened in the past, this has become, the code committee felt this was strong enough that it should be a retroactive code, including new buildings, where the other codes, if it's not in Chapter 11, are as you make modifications to the building. So the code as written in model code is 1103.5.1, where alcoholic beverages are consumed in a group A2 occupancy having an occupant load of 300 or more, the fire area containing the Group 2 occupancy shall be equipped with an automatic sprinkler system in accordance with Section 903.3.1.1. That section basically it talks about how and where it should be installed. It doesn't address the occupancy area. It's strictly with the fire sprinkler side of it. So currently what the 2018 IFC requires, so this code applies to existing Group A2 occupancies. It requires automatic sprinklers when alcohol is consumed and the occupant load is 300 or more, and the requirement is retroactive even for fully compliant older buildings. The one thing, so why this matters locally, one thing on that is the occupant load. It's not the occupancy, it's what it's capable of carrying. So as long as the occupant load is 300 or greater with no sprinklers, this code is important. Why this matters locally, there's a high cost for sprinkler installation in existing buildings, potential business disruption during installation. Some buildings cannot be retrofitted without major reconstruction. An upcoming state adoption of fire codes may affect what we can or cannot amend in the near future.
Rodney, do you want to explain what A2
So, yes. So what an A2 occupancy is that's an assembly rated occupancy. Generally, it's nightclubs, bars, taverns, dance halls, places where people that can gather, various lighting levels, great unfamiliarity with the building since you're temporarily in the building. It's a large grouping of people in a building that they're not intimately familiar with. Part of what we did is part of our local business outreach is we actually created a handout explaining the code change and our proposed local exception to the code as written. Notification, the December 2nd, 2025 BAB meeting. Fire marshal and building services contact information. An explanation of potential future state fire marshal code adoption and its effect on local flexibility. So we met with businesses we identified that this could impact and went over all these things with them and explained to them what it was potentially going to do to their business. So we had, as a code representative to come up with this, we had to come up with 4 approaches that we could look at considering. One of them was delete section 1103.5.1 in its entirety. The other one was adopt as written, adding a compliance window of some time to say, okay, you can do this, we're going to adopt it. You have 18 months, 3 years, 5 years, whatever it is, to install the sprinklers and operate. We could also did an adopt a local amendment, which is what we recommended, and adopt with no changes, which is implement as current code is written. So our proposed local amendment to this was option 3, and it basically amended where with the code says where alcohol beverages are consumed in a group A2 occupancy having an occupant load of 300 or more. The fire area containing the group A2 occupancy shall be equipped with an automatic sprinkler system in accordance with 903.3.1.1, which is as written in code. Our exception we added to that we'd like to see is an automatic sprinkler system shall not be required where the occupant load is restricted to fewer than 300 occupants, where alcoholic beverages are available for consumption, or where no alcoholic beverages are consumed when the occupant load exceeds 300. We tried to find a happy medium for businesses and say, you may be able to hold 500 people in your event venue, but if you keep it at $2.99 or less, you can serve alcohol. If you want to have it more than 300, because of the life safety issue, that was our way of coming up with a happy medium to try to work with businesses on that. So part of that is we identified local businesses this might impact. The 3 we were able to come up with was the Muse Ballroom, and we met and talked with Johnny Kim. That's over on 1700 Beverly. It did not end up impacting them because they do not allow alcohol consumption of any kind in that facility. The other one was the VFW on 1108 West Crawford. We met with Paul Haas, the quartermaster on that facility. That occupant load on that facility does exceed 300 people. We were told that only 3 to 4 events per year would involve both alcohol and the 300 plus occupancy. Stated they could manage attendance to comply with the proposed exception. And then we discussed possible interior separation options. So one of the things is on the code, it said fire area. So if you build fire separation in facilities, obviously reducing your fire area down where you can drop it below 300 per fire area, that is one of the exceptions to that. As if adding sprinklers, sometimes that is not a cost prohibitive as well to do that. And then the last facility we met with was the Masonic Temple, 336 South Santa Fe. We talked to Mary Landis, the executive director. Occupant load there again is well over 300 people. Only 4 to 5 events per year involve alcohol with large crowds was the estimate we were given. They can limit the occupancy when needed, and they already use security for large events. So they have the personnel in place that could help with the 300 occupant load. They did ask about exception for already booked events with deposits. I believe we received that list, and it was 7 or 8 events is what it was, already on the books with the deposit paid. So the reason we felt with our exception, for staff's recommendation, was it balances safety with operational feasibility. Fires are very dangerous, very unpredictable. You're in an unfamiliar setting, low light levels. If a fire happens, it's tough to get out of there. Without sprinklers, you don't gain the benefit of time to help evacuate the area. It's clear, it's enforceable, and it's practical with our exception. Provides time and flexibility amid potential state-level code adoption. So again, till the state comes in and says, we're going to take it, we're not going to take it, whatever we do, this is at least a way to help businesses move forward to an extent and not impact them or shut them down completely. Allows continued operation of existing establishments with minimal disruption. As you saw, the 2 of the venues, we're looking at less than 10 events annually. that this would impact between both combined venues. And then for additional consideration, the staff recommends permitting pre-booked events at the Temple and the VFW when the venue is able to provide documentation demonstrating that a deposit was received prior to today's date, December 8th, 2025, and all required documentation submitted to the city on or before January 1st to qualify under this allowance. So, for example, the Temple that already has events on the books with deposits paid, our recommendation is to accept that because there's already a verifiable. If there's not on the books, we don't want them to. They want to be able to tell the potential customers, sorry, we cannot host this size of event, but at the same time continue with the obligations they have deposits paid for.
I want to add a little something. I don't want to make too much of a big deal about the state fire marshal's office adopting their new code, but I think it's worth kind of looking at the timing. One of the other things staff considered when working and looking at the different businesses is we could say, we're not going to do this, right? And then 2 years from now, when the state, or 3 years from now, when the state adopts its model code, and by the way, they have the International Fire Council, they've held them, or the IFC, they've hired them as a contractor to develop the code. So, I mean, this is going to move forward. They could adopt this, and they're going to have to do it anyways. So I think one of the things we tried to say to the businesses is the sprinkler thing is probably not going away. What we're trying to do is to give you a couple of years to figure out what you want to do. Do you want to put in doors and create a more contained fire area? Are these events not for you, or are you going to try and find a way to put sprinklers in? And so this allows a happy medium without us compromising safety, but also having a realistic conversation. This might be out of the city's control in a couple of years when the state, who has the power to be more restrictive, says, yeah, tough luck. And there is a considerable number of examples and good data around why this particular retroactive code is so important for the safety of people. And Rodney, if you want to touch on that a little bit, because I do think these numbers are important. This isn't kind of a whim that the IFC came up with.
So thank you. Yeah. So part of that is with the modification. So I did some research, and the reason this code, like as I addressed in the very beginning, Chapter 11 is usually reserved for life safety when it's retroactive. To give you an idea, and this is taken out of the National Fire Sprinkler Magazine with data from national sources. So this requirement was actually begun working on in 2000, basically after the 2003 station fire in Rhode Island, Warwick, Rhode Island, where killed a large number of people. NIST, National Institute of Technology and Investigation, they came back and they said they wanted to do this. Give you an idea, the reason this is important is just in the past few years, over 1,400 people in 5 establishments, so only 5 establishments, were saved by fire sprinklers when they were activated during operating hours. One nightclub with another 600 occupants had 2 fires in the past 2 years that the sprinklers were able to put out. So we don't take this lightly. It's a very difficult balancing act for us to consider life safety and financial impact on businesses. But we feel we have to come up with a happy medium where we don't risk life safety and at the same time don't put businesses out of business.
And additionally, to that point that Rodney's making, it took the IFC 15 years to come up with this reg. That is a lot of back and forth because all of those different interests saying, hey, how is this going to affect older buildings? How is this going to affect smaller businesses? So, I mean, the fact that we finally landed on this number is important. For your additional consideration, the Temple came to us and said, hey, we have these 8 businesses, we have deposits, they have provided us proof of those deposits and those events. The VFW hasn't asked us that, but we suggest that we treat them both the same. And so if they had things that were on the books that would have been over the 300 with alcohol, that they provide us proof of that information before the first of the year, we would have that as a compiled list here in the office as verification. But that would be one thing to kind of manage and adjust to what they currently have on the books. So that's why we're suggesting both of them have that option.
Is the 300, is that the number that comes from the national Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
it's a straight 300, so it's not so many people per square foot or anything like that. It's a straight 300 no matter the size of the venue.
Yes, sir.
And in A2.
And
Yeah, AT. So the one thing Fire Marshal and I were talking about, Joe and I were talking, was A1 is a lot more restrictive as a general rule. And it's strange that, to us, because we were talking about this, they went straight to A2. And I believe we both feel the same way, that the reason for that is most A1s that meet this requirement already have sprinklers, and they have had sprinklers for a long time. And so A1's not retroactive talked about, but we feel it's because if it was built more than, in the last couple decades, it already had sprinklers to begin with. So even though A1 is a lot more restrictive in most categories, they went straight to an A2. And the biggest part of that was, again, the number of fires that have happened in those particular occupancies. We get darkness, unfamiliarity, alcohol, which, impairs judgment, reaction time, stuff like that. And then, human nature is, I come in through one door, regardless if there's a door in front of me, my human nature is I'm going back out through the door I came in, and it may be, a lot farther and more hazardous to get to, but that's human nature. Having a sprinkler system in the facility does increase the time available for occupants to evacuate.
Can you give us an example of what an A1 would
So
be?
an A1's like a theater, large assembly halls, large event centers, is an A1, very high, very usually high density.
And so those are typically already sprinkled.
Those are
so
usually
like
already
Hilton
sprinkled.
Garden Inn or T-Bag
That's what I was
Yes,
gonna say.
or
areas that
Tony's
have-
or-
those places are going to be a higher. They're already going to have a higher rating. So
Yes,
this
sir.
is kind of the next tier down.
Yes,
I
sir.
just was trying
Yeah,
to,
sorry. A1
Yeah.
is the highest, most restrictive, than A2, A3, A4, et cetera. So that's the steps in that.
Yeah, and I guess, Rodney, I have one other question. When we're talking about the temple, is there potential for the temple to do fire separation? I mean,
We have
because it's kind of a historical construction, is there a potential for them to be able to do that and meet the intent of the code?
So we looked at it, and to be honest with some of it, so once they do fire separation, the funny thing is the upstairs, that would be considered an A1 occupancy. So if you did fire separation there, that upstairs would not fall under this requirement, where the theater actually is, because that's an A1. So it's as I said, that's what we were talking. This is kind of an interesting balancing act that the Code Council did. I don't think personally, I wasn't part of the Code Council, but my personal thought process on it is, again, I don't think they anticipated running into a lot of facilities that were A1 and not sprinkled that would meet this requirement. But to answer your question, there is some. As far as them being a historical building, there's certain rules, requirements they would have to follow, obviously, but it's not necessarily out of the question that they could do it and still meet those rules and requirements for the historical building.
Just, when you say fire separation, what you're basically doing is physically creating a barrier so that no more than 299 people could fit in there anyway.
No, sir. What fire separation is a physical barrier of fire, so combustibility. So like a wall that's built where it'll take 2 hours to burn through the sheetrock and the wood and whatever it's built with, it's a physical fire. So if a fire starts on one side of the wall, there's a timeline before that fire penetrates that separation barrier into the next space. So it's not physically making it small. You can leave it bigger. It's just the separation is preventing the spread of fire. If you picture an open area with decorations or something like that in there and a spark happens on one side, there's nothing to slow that fire down from one side to the other. And that's what a fire separation does. It's a physical barrier that stops the spread of fire or reduces the speed of the spread of fire.
Thank you.
So when we, actually, Mary and some of her board members came in Friday, they are thinking about this and wanted to prepare for today's meeting. And that is something that I think when we did on-site visit, but also talked about with Mary and her board on Friday was, okay, well, where could doors go? Could they potentially have more than one event at a time? And we had very similar conversations with the VFW too, of where they could use that. So, I mean, for instance, stepping stone for the temple maybe they do some fire separation for the next couple of years while they figure out how to fund sprinklers. I mean, that's something their board's going to have to tackle, but there are some options there.
As far as commercial code goes, what does that firewall entail? I mean, I know the residential, but I'm assuming
So
commercial's a little bit beefier.
Honestly, the rating is very similar. It depends on what you're trying to separate, and it's construction type of material. So, if you're doing metal studs with double layer 5/8 drywall on each side, it just depends on what you're trying to separate and what your limitation is. Concrete masonry has a high fire rating on it. So it depends on what material you use, but it's using the material available to build to a level where you can maintain that separation, where it's not stopping fire, it's slowing down to a manageable time, generally hours, of fire spreading from one location to another in the same facility.
Understood. So basically 5/8 sheetrock on both sides and metal studs would suffice.
Double 2 hour would be double 5/8 on both
Okay.
sides, but yeah, I mean something similar to that, yes.
That makes sense.
So.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to Appendix D, which is fire apparatus access roads. And this isn't completely new. We've had Appendix D for a while now in our code. But what Appendix D covers is emergency vehicle access into developments, access points, when two remote entrances are mandatory, minimum design standards for private emergency access roads, and long-term maintenance responsibilities.
So Joe and I are going to kind of tag team on this one because this is really an example of where fire code meets development, particularly we see it in platting. So development challenges that may occur during the platting process, and we've seen these as we have increased our platting over the last 6-7 years here in Salina, we run into different things such as landlocked or infill development. That can actually happen. We're going to look at an example here in a minute that has occurred here in our community where we've got something kind of right in our urban core, but it still is landlocked and difficult to develop. Of course, we have new greenfield areas with no existing access roads. You want to add a secondary entrance. Where is it going to go? So you can put it there, but it has to connect to something, and that can make it very cost prohibitive if you're now not only requiring additional entrances, but now we have additional access roads. And sometimes there's only one additional access road. We go from a situation where there's none to even just one. If you need a second entrance, if the property isn't the right length or width, you can't always get the necessary separation distance we're going to talk about. And then, of course, there's geographical and topical barriers. I think a lot of people sometimes forget it when you live in some place that's so flat, that there are challenges to developing, such as levees, river channels, even difficult terrain, highways, airports, military installations, industrial complexes, and, of course, parkland. So here's just an example, and this one just wanted to check all the boxes. But we have a main access road there. We're going to call it Brown Street. And you can see the way this parcel is designed is it's pretty much a square, right? I mean, this can be even more of a challenge when a parcel is exceptionally long or oddly shaped. But this one is a great example showing that even if you've got a typical squarish rectangle type property, this is still a challenge. We've also got some interesting pieces here along the side. We've got the levee down here, and below the levee would be a subdivision, so it's not completely remote. We've got our floodplain there to the north, and that floodplain is developable property, but not all of it's developable. And then we've got this lovely creek feature here, but also can be very prohibitive when we're trying to create more connection. So currently, the way code is right now, it says that in order to have the correctly distanced secondary entrance, you have to be half the distance of the diagonal of the property. That means corner to corner. The longer, the skinnier the property that gets, that can be quite awkward and difficult. So it takes this kind of obscure measurement and says that's the minimum distance. Well, a typical city block, like down on Santa Fe, where nobody would think twice if you're at that end of the block and that end of the block, is that a safe enough distance for emergency vehicles to have the space they need to do what they need to do? Yes. Well, our question was, why is 1,250 feet, which is what the diagonal distance is, half of that, I should say. So 2,500 feet is the diagonal distance. Half of that is 1,200 feet. Why is that any different than the 300? And what does that do when we try to develop meaningful property? So you can see if they had gone to the north, and I'm going to use that kind of lower southern corner there on the left as the entrance to the property, if they could have accessed that due north on the one access road we've got, right? That's 986 feet. As long as they were 300 past that, which they could do within the 986, they could find a secondary entrance. We got one access road and a safe distance to put a secondary access. Trying to deal with this with our current Appendix D the way it is, they have to find over 1,200 feet in distance to try and put this. Well, where do you end up putting it? It can't go in the creek, it can't go in the levee, it can't go in the floodplain. Where's it gonna go? So these are some of the challenges that we run into on trying to find meaningful second entrances that keep everybody safe, but also don't create a development environment that's so cost prohibitive. In addition, this is also much more predictable. Developers want to know, what do you need me to do? You need 300 feet away from your main entrance. So we've got those separated by 300 feet. That is a very, very clear number. Rather than this, and who measured the diagonal right, on your left foot in the right lighting. This can be really difficult depending on what the shape of the property is. This is a clear example and pretty much a rectangle, but it gets much more challenging as the shape of the properties change. So we think this could be very meaningful as an example of how some of these different things go forward. Margie, if you do next slide. So we talked about those remote entrances and how we try to get two of them. There are a couple other tools in our toolbox when we deal with safety, and especially for emergency vehicles, whether that's fire or EMS, in neighborhoods. The second is a single access road. So actually Appendix D allows the fire marshal to consider options when the development is geographically or topographically challenged with different barriers, or there is a potential future development, like if something's going in phases, how might they pause, where could they pause until they further develop, either for the secondary entrance or, this is a great example in greenfield projects, till we get that secondary access road. In the past, that particular section of Appendix D has been something that the public's not always comfortable with. What exactly can the fire marshal say and not say? What are some parameters that give the fire marshal a little bit of guardrails to say, well, yeah, we've established what geographical and topographical barriers are, and this is a reasonable way to address that if you can't get your secondary access. And Joe's going to get into those. And last but not least is sprinklers. This is really our last option, but one of the things staff talked about with the building advisory board was not taking this completely off the table. And I think we've talked a little bit about this with the city commission in another development we've done. But the state of Kansas has basically said you can't require residential construction through building or platting to have sprinklers, residential sprinklers, I should say. But IFC says it is a reasonable option if you can't do these other things, right? So how do we leave that tool on the table for developers who can't, for whatever reason, either it's a preference or the way their property is designed, meet these other components, they want to use sprinklers? We have found that through covenants, where the developer self-identifies that they will require, as part of their covenants, sprinklers for their residential structures, that can then be recorded and is a meaningful way to apply that standard when needed. So we didn't want to take that off the table. So sprinklers are part of that discussion, but we can't mandate them. So with that, staff has proposed several amendments, and Joe's going to walk you through that, and I'll stay here and kind of ad-lib as we go.
All right, so with model code requirement, 2 access roads must be remote. But the model code does not define a consistent measurement. Kind of goes back to that picture, if we had 300 feet, we know that's consistent. That would be the minimum. But every development would be different depending on the distance of the diagonal. And so locally, we propose to the BAB the 300 feet as a minimum, measured in a straight line. That gives us consistency across all three parts of that annex. 1 and 2 family dwellings, the multifamily apartment complexes, things like that, and also into the commercial and industrial side of that code. So the remoteness standard, where in the 18, the way it's written, where 2 apparatus access roads are required, they shall be placed a distance apart equal to not less than 1/2 of the length of the maximum overall diagonal dimension of the property or area to be served, measured in a straight line between 2 axes. So that is the definition. It's a little, like we said, difficult sometimes. In some of those, like in the example, if we were to do that, the 900 feet, that would bring the back of that development forward quite a bit, and you'd still have green space behind that would then become an island and never be able to be developed. So this gives us a little more flexibility in developing infill and things like that. Our proposed proposed amendment limited single access developments. Some developments in Salina face unavoidable geographic and topographic constraints that make constructing a second fire apparatus access road technically infeasible. Like was touched on earlier, levees, rivers, steep grades, rocks, highways, railways, airports, industrial complexes, and parkland. We can also, it can also be permitted at the fire marshal's discretion when the following are met. So there would have to be a geographic or topographic constraint to where they wouldn't be able to get that distance. Enhanced access road design, which would have a 9-foot median and then 29-foot travel lanes in each direction, and direct access to all dwelling units. Limitations: 1 and 2 family up to 30 units, multifamily up to 150 units, and commercial and industrial is up to 93,000 square feet.
Joe, do you want to talk a little bit about why the 900-foot or 9-foot median and the 29-foot travel lanes matter? Like, when a fire truck's coming in, there's been a car accident or trees are down, like how does that up safety?
So the 29 feet travel lane is basically a 2-lane road. And so basically we're going to make a boulevard going in where it has that median. It'd be about the same width, maybe a little wider than Broadway, basically where the medians are, or South 9th Street. And the issues when we go narrow to like a single lane is if something happens there, then an accident that could block that one lane. When we go wider, it gives more space to get around. When we put the median in the center and have 2 more lanes to the other side, it gives us, a lot of room to get around whatever may be there. As far as trees and things like that may fall, we carry plenty of saws, and we're going to cut, push, drive around, do whatever we have to to get around that obstacle that would be in our way. But with that 29 feet and separation gives us a lot more leeway for that.
It's essentially double entrance. They're just not separated by 300 feet. It's what, due to those geographical constraints, you're trying to create at least some form of separation for traffic, for whatever's going on there with that median and those double lanes. So that's why that is a reasonable option there.
And I think another important piece to point out is this isn't the first go-to. This isn't going to be, this is the first option that a developer is going to have. They're going to have to meet those other requirements to even get to that point.
And it has a restricted volume. So we're, as Joe mentioned, up to 30 units on single and double family, up to 150 units on multifamily, and on commercial industrial up to 93,000 square feet. So there's a cutoff point in which this, whatever the property looks like or not, it's not a viable option to use this. You'd need something more.
We're bumping up on time here, so, but this group is going to come back and discuss this topic at the regular meeting when the ordinances come forward, so any questions or concerns that you have can be brought forward at that time.
All right, thank you. Well, we'll close this out and we'll reconvene at 4 p.m. Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to call this meeting to order. Welcome to the Salina City Commission meeting for Monday, December 8th, 2025. And I will request staff confirmation that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice that has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. On to roll call.
Mayor Linkowitz,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Here.
Commissioner Ivy,
Here.
Commissioner Longbine.
Here.
All those that are able, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. We don't have any public hearings scheduled, so on to consent agenda.
Item 4.1, consider approval of the November 24th, 2025 regular meeting minutes. Item 4.2, consider approval of resolution number 25-8319, accepting the 2025 Salina Land Bank conveyance report. Item 4.3, consider awarding the bid for purchase and installation of 6 wastewater pumps to FTC Equipment LLC in an amount not to exceed $76,923. And item 4.4, consider authorizing the purchase and installation of wastewater treatment plant system hardware and software updates from Hydro Optimization and Automation Solutions out of Lincoln, Nebraska, in an amount not to exceed $80,886.
Thank you. Is there any item on the consent agenda a commissioner would like to remove? Okay. Is there a citizen that would like to comment on any item on the consent agenda? I will bring it back to the commission.
Mayor Linkowitz, I move we approve the consent agenda as published.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as read and published. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Passes 5-0. On to administration.
Item 5.1, consider authorizing publication of the notice of budget hearing for the 2025 amended budget.
Thank you. Ms. Pack.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. The City of Salina adopted their 2025 budget on August 12th, 2024. Statute does allow that the city could do amendments if the original budget is not enough in the expenditure side. The statute also requires that a formal public hearing on the proposed amended budget be held and that a public notice be published 10 days prior to the hearing date. Staff has reviewed the budget to actual expenditures and has provided projections based on the October 31st, 2025 actuals, and has determined that the projections for 5 funds do project that these funds may go over budget. Those funds include the general fund. The original 2025 budgeted amount in the general fund, excluding cash reserves, was $60,617,186. Due to the unexpected cost of the logjam of the Smoky Hill River, unanticipated higher than anticipated employee payouts and higher than budgeted overtime costs, the projections have this fund being over budget approximately $2 million. Staff will be recommending that an amended budget for this fund be $62,600,000. The Special Parks and Recreation Fund, the original budget for this fund was $200,000, which included the cost of replacement of 2 sets of playground equipment. It did not include, however, the mulch for these 2 new playgrounds. Therefore, staff is recommending an additional $30,000 budget to cover the cost of the mulch for the 2 new playgrounds. This would bring the total 2025 amended budget to $230,000. The next fund is the Golf Fund. The original 2025 expenditure budget was $942,424. With higher than anticipated part-time salaries and higher than budgeted water bills, the projections for this fund show that it'll be approximately $60,826 over budget. So staff is recommending increase in the budget to a total of $1,003,250. $1,003,250. The Workmen's Compensation Fund, the original fund expenditure budget for this one fund was $300,000. This was lowered based on previous year's claims. But in 2025, those claims have come in a little bit higher. So staff is recommending a $50,000 increase in this budget to a total of $350,000. The Health Insurance Fund, the original budget was $7,528,000. Claims are currently projecting about $200,000 over that budget amount. So we are recommending an increase of $200,000 for a total of $7,728,000. This action is to authorize the publication as well as set the public hearing date at December 22nd, 2025. After publication, these amounts may not be increased but can be reduced. So as we look at the numbers, if we see they're less, then that number may change. We'll also be reviewing these numbers closer to the publication, closer to the public hearing to make sure they haven't gone over those numbers. So our recommendation today would be that you authorize the publication and set the public hearing for December 22nd, 2025. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pack. We have any questions?
I have a question. How do we explain a little bit about the employee payouts and how we budget that and why it's higher? And
Typically, what we've done is we had a flat amount of $250,000 that we budgeted. Let me step back. Historically, what we've done is as employees leave, whether they terminate, retire, whatever, we've charged those costs to the department. But what we found is that makes the budgeting for the department very difficult because you have these swings up and down. So what we've done is we've budgeted a flat amount under the HR department to cover that earned payout leave. Historically, that amount's been $250,000. This year we had several large payouts, so that number is significantly lower than what we originally budgeted.
then on the workers' comp, I know we lowered it, and the health insurance, did we increase those for the 2026 budget? Do you remember?
I do not believe so. I will say for the workman's comp, I do not believe we increased that because we didn't know at the time, back in July, that this number was going to go up. The health fund, I believe we did increase that number based on the information that we got from our outside counsel on that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any more questions? Thank you. Is there a member of the public would like to comment on this item? And please abide by the 3-minute time constraints, please. I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mayor, I move that the City Commission authorize publication of the notice of budget public hearing for the 2025 amended budget, which sets December 22nd, 2025 as the date for the public hearing and establishes the maximum limits of the 2025 amended budget.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. This governing body to authorize the publication of the notice of budget public hearing for the 2025 amended budget, which sets December 22nd, 2025 as the date for the public hearing and establishes the maximum limits of the 2025 amended budget. Those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Passes 5-0. On to 5.2.
Item 5.2, consider the recommended traffic control options for the 9th Street and Waterwell Road intersection by Caw Valley Engineering.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. We're back to talk about the 9th Street and Waterwell improvements to their intersection. I'm not going to regurgitate everything we went through 4 weeks ago. However, I will point out a couple things that I included in the packet, some additional information that we brought forth. We hope will answer some of the questions that you had at that last meeting. One of those is we included the number of trucks, the physical number of trucks that are going through that intersection now and in the future, the projected future, during the peak hours, which is 4:30 to 5:30 in the afternoon, and that is currently 25 trucks out of 798 vehicles go through that intersection at the peak hour. We also compared it to, we were asked to compare it to look into Junction City and compare it to that intersection there at, I believe it's called Chestnut roundabout, and they have 32 vehicles that go through there at their peak hours. We looked at the accidents at that Junction City just to get an idea, and we got on the, looked at the KDOT Drive to Zero dashboard, and there's been one serious injury accident at the Junction City roundabout. We don't know what type of vehicle was involved, but there's just been one in 5 years, from 2020 to 2024. So there's that. We looked at field data from the Oregon Department of Transportation that indicate a typical wheelbase 76 semi-truck requires approximately 9-second gap between vehicles to enter a single-lane roundabout from a stop. This gap reflects the time needed to initiate movement and safely enter the circulating lane and does not represent the time required for the truck to fully accelerate into entry. So hopefully that answers a question there. And also, in the interest of transparency and hopefully to alleviate some confusion about numbers, on the fiscal note, the cost for the roundabout and the traffic signal that have been projected, the $900,000 for the signal and the $1.9 million for the roundabout, those are approximate costs based on the engineer's opinion of probable costs, and that is a cost comparison strictly for a roundabout and a signal. If you dropped a signal in that intersection, or you dropped a roundabout in that intersection, it doesn't account for anything else. It does include full concrete replacement, which will have to be done regardless of what direction you choose to go. The overall cost of the project is $4.6 million. That's what's in the CIP for that overall project, and that includes improvements to all 4 legs, including 1,700 feet up to, I believe it's Long MacArthur on North 9th, heading north on 9th Street, to include curb and gutter and making as much improvements in the drainage that we can. It won't fix the drainage, but we're going to hope to make some improvements in the drainage there. So again, staff recommendation continues to be the roundabout option. I'll stand for any questions. We do have staff engineers and the consulting engineers here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. We have any questions?
I guess it's just a restatement of our concern the last time. Are there points in the actual design phase where users, in this case in particular, truck drivers, are shown the plan just to see if there's anything that needs to be tweaked out early?
I don't know if we have that worked in into the design phase of it. I'm sure we use modeling, and I can let Justin or Jonathan from Caw Valley explain that a little better, but the modeling is what they will use. So
Yeah.
we take the data from them. For instance, the wheelbase 67. I've talked to our fire chief. We know the length of the fire truck, so we know what we need to meet there, or they know what they need to meet there for radii. So.
Right, because as someone who does not drive those trucks, I wouldn't even know which questions to ask, or what aspects of the design to look for specifically.
Yes, sir.
Just hate to have the complaints come up after the concrete is dried. Well, gosh, if you just made this 5 degrees flatter or whatever.
Understand.
So you talked about drainage improvements. Is that with the roundabout, or is that with the lights as well?
With either one.
Either one.
With both of them. That'll include the improvements I talked about, drainage, and then improving the 4 legs, and then also the 17. It's right around 1,700 feet north on 9th Street towards Long MacArthur. That'll happen regardless of which option is chosen.
And that stays 2-lane?
I believe it goes to, Brian, 3 lane. A center turn lane.
So either way, we're going to come out around 4.2 million.
It's going to be pretty close, yes, sir.
We have any more questions?
Previous meeting, we discussed putting the 4-way stop there, and nothing's happened. Why?
We had to order the signs. The message boards are up indicating that it will be converted to a four-way stop on December 17th. That's when we should have the signs and they will be installed. And then we will again run the message boards for another 2 weeks after that. And then we're talking about putting, there are some regulatory sign or cautionary signs we can put up that indicate traffic pattern change ahead for a longer period of time to notify people. If you only come to Salina from that direction maybe a couple times a year and you're not used to it, it'll warn them for quite a while, or give them a warning for quite a while. So, but that will happen by the 17th of December.
Well, I'm more worried about the people that have been taking that route for the last 30 years.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Anytime you make a change on an intersection, whether you go from a two-way stop to a four-way stop or reduce it back from a four, anytime you make a change, there's going to be, there's a lot of education involved, and that's why we're putting those signs out for 2 weeks. And it takes, having been through a number of them over the course of my career, I can tell you, it takes probably 2 years for people to finally get acclimated to the change, especially those that, like you said, that drive it every single day. Typically, I hate to say it, but a lot of times what will happen is those accidents may go up temporarily just because they don't know. We don't want that to happen. We don't think that'll happen here because it's not as heavily traveled as a lot of other ones, but we just...
So the message boards are in place now?
Yes, yes. So...
All right. But that's it for the questions. I'll open it to the public. Thank you.
Yep.
Any member of the public wish to comment on this item, please abide by the 3-minute time constraints, please, and thank you.
Mayor, Commissioners, may I approach and provide you a handout?
As a formality, you need to present it to the clerk.
Okay.
And then she'll give it to us. It's, again, a formality. Nikki, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Jamie Bradley with Doug Bradley Trucking here in Salina. I'm here to voice support for traffic lights, not a roundabout, at the 9th and Waterwell intersection. The last time I stood in front of you expressing my perspective on the danger of roundabouts, telling you about how trucks are 15 times more likely to overturn in a roundabout, and about how those types of accidents put my drivers most at risk. I received some good feedback after the meeting from the commissioners that they appreciated my concern and my passion, but that they really needed to consider the other 90% of the traffic. So I took that to heart, and today I want to present to you a comparison chart that you can see that has nothing to do with trucks. I haven't put trucks on here in any way. Instead, I believe these are the things that the city of Salina, its citizens, its staff, and its commissioners should consider before making this decision. In the interest of trying to get through this presentation in my allowed 3 minutes, I would ask if you wouldn't mind just holding your questions until I get done. So on the chart, let's start with cost. Installing signal lights, I've got an estimate to do that at $650,000, and the roundabout is proposed at $4.6 million according to the most recent capital improvement plan. Annual maintenance cost for signals is difficult to figure, doing the best that I can with the city's budget and the number of signals it lights in the city. It shows to be somewhere, although I don't necessarily believe it, somewhere a little bit less than $35,000 per year for maintenance and signal lights, whereas a roundabout, of course, wouldn't have much maintenance at all. Annual interest for a signal intersection would be at about $25,000 versus a roundabout's interest per year would be at about $177,000. Neither traffic lights nor roundabouts will reduce the annual number of injury accidents at that intersection. Construction of traffic lights will take approximately 2 months with full closure, meaning non-usable, of the intersection for 15 to 30 minutes, according to the contractor I contacted. Construction of roundabout would take about 8 months, and we don't know how long the intersection would be fully unusable. Traffic light construction would be complete, traffic lights, by the spring of 26, whereas a roundabout may be complete by late fall of 26. Traffic lights are adjustable and reconfigurable by changes to their algorithm, whereas a roundabout has no adjustable features. Traffic lights may be taken down and reused at another intersection, whereas a roundabout, of course, can never be reused. Emergency services may manipulate a traffic signal when needed, but emergency services cannot manipulate a roundabout when they need. 69% of citizens of Salina do prefer that Salina not have roundabouts, with only 31% of citizens preferring the city to have roundabouts. So at the end, here's my suggestion. Install the traffic lights now. According to the conceptual design that I saw from the traffic signal solution through Craw Valley, there would be no road changes necessary. No pavement torn up, no pavement put down, just installation of traffic lights, again, according to the conceptual drawing. According to the contractor I contacted, L&S Electric, the signals could be delivered and installed this spring. If you install the signals now and you say you could see they work. If they don't work, you could take them down and put them in storage for the next project. They're not lost. Heck, I'd even store them for you if you need someplace to store them. The city would be out very little in this case because there is no tearing up or placing of roadway surface. However, if they function well, we may save the city millions of dollars, and you would have made the vast majority, i.e. 69% of the Salina population happy. Having said all that, I'd be happy to answer any questions about what I've presented you.
Don't know if I have questions as much as comments. First of all, your cost to install. I don't know if you heard when we were speaking earlier, there's a significant amount of work to be done to 9th Street, which gets it to the 4.6. So we're not comparing 650,000 to 4.6.
We heard that for the first time tonight, yes.
Okay, so that
However,
number,
there is still $1 million difference.
There's still a
correct?
difference, but not a $4 million difference.
No, correct.
Okay.
So assuming it's $1 million difference, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you if you had a different question.
I have a question for Caw Valley. On the construction of the roundabout, will we keep that intersection open at all times?
Most likely, we haven't gone through the traffic construction sequencing at this point, but we intend to try to keep as much of it open and functional as possible. We'll probably look at what our dominant movements are, try to maintain those, but you know, with keeping it open, costs go up because you're going to be doing it in phases. So the more we can close it down, the quicker we can get it done. But we haven't got that far enough into design to determine what our actual closure times are going to be. But we don't anticipate, and our scope never indicated that we planned for a full closure. We were to maintain traffic as much as possible.
So we'll always be able to have east, west, north, south, at least at some.
At points,
at
yes,
some point.
yes.
Okay.
We'll try. I mean, we'll try to limit them as much as possible.
Right. And then this is a question for Mr. Bradley. Where did we get the 69% of the Salina citizens prefer a stoplight?
That was a Salina 311 poll.
Was that 100 people or 50,000 people that answered that
They
poll?
actually responded to me, said that was one of the largest responses that they'd ever gotten. It was over 7,000 responses.
7,000. Okay. That's what I need to know. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and Mr. Wood, Doug Ramp. I want to back up to Mr. Longbein's comment regarding the stop signs and the people getting used to a new traffic pattern or something new with the stop signs if you're going north or south. I just wanted to throw out there, when rumble strips are installed with something new, it sure gets my attention. And that's it.
Thank you for your comments.
Richard out Humphrey II. Kudos to this. I just wish we could get some more of the truckers' opinions on that. But as far as the roundabout goes, I'm pretty sure opinions are already made on your behalf. Let's see if we could, again, put some art, as they're going out or coming in, show some creativeness that we have here.
Thank you for your comments.
As you know, I'm against the roundabout. How many of you have stopped at an intersection and seen this semi come up and try to turn the corner and you wonder if he's going to take your front bumper? That semi is not one car length, it's about 4 or 5. First turn, the back is dragging around the corner. It's not staying in the same lane. And as you mentioned, put the lights, put a rumble strip, they'll get our attention. But I'm definitely not for the roundabout. It's just not safe for the truckers. Why don't you, each one commissioner, get into a semi? Take a little trip. You don't have to take a trip very far. Make some of these turns and see what the truckers are dealing with when they're trying to go on this roundabout. It's not going to be easy. And I don't want to be in front of him when he's trying to come around, because the front and the back are not going to be in the same lane. I know my words are going wherever. They're not going to land on anything. I'm stupid standing here telling my part of how I feel, but I, as a public, have that right. So seriously consider, Doug, you spoke why it's not really feasible. That's right. Get in a semi. Take a ride with them. See how the public comes up to a light, and then they wonder how they're going to turn. A roundabout's not going to solve it. Get you some lights out there. Thank you.
Ma'am, could you provide your name for posterity? You forgot to do it at the beginning of your comments. Your name?
Oh, Lucille Sanderson.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment.
Mark Augustine, 148 Mount Barbara. Mayor, Commissioners, I guess just a couple comments. I'm not really for or against a roundabout. If I was in a lean one direction, it'd probably be roundabout, because I own the property on the southwest corner of Waterwell and 81. We currently have a storage complex out there, so I was glad to hear that Call Valley is talking about trying to keep that open as much as possible, trying to establish that business out there at this point in time. It's growing, but it still has a long ways to go. I think a roundabout probably leans towards more productivity for my corner, because people will apt to go south and not just stop and go back to town. The other issue I wanted to bring up is also glad to hear that Ron Marsh brought up about drainage. As you all know, that area does not drain very well. My land is kind of used as a detention pond out there, and so any improvement would be greatly appreciated. The city has already worked on the ditches, and thank you for that. I did talk to KDOT this afternoon about a more extensive look at that area, about other ways to get water in, underneath the interstate. I think as part of this project, or somewhere in the near future as that area develops, it'd be nice to do a more comprehensive study of how to move water out there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Tony Johnson, Salina. I'm not anti-roundabout. I just don't think that's the best solution for this particular intersection. And I agree with Commissioner Longbine. When we spoke on this before, I thought we were going to have some data on the four-way stop. They were going to get, it blows me away that we had to order 4 stop signs. I mean, there's not 4 within our Public Works Department that we couldn't have had that information, presented today for this. I think it kind of hamstrings you guys by not having that information, because that was, to me, I thought that was an important item that was mentioned the last time that this was discussed. And I would be curious to know if Call Valley stands to make more money if it goes through as a roundabout or a stoplight. So, thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Norman Mannell, Salina, Kansas. Have you ever looked outside of the state? When I lived out in California, and let me tell you, North Long Beach, Lakewood, California, is a lot bigger than Salina. They need no signal lights, they need nothing. All law enforcement has to be there at that site when the traffic crosses. It's a 4-lane. So you're going to waste a lot of money. I watched it operate. Same situation. No money was expended to construct it. What you're doing right now, you don't have to spend any money because I watched it work. So you need to get outside of the state where they got big cities.
Thanks for your comments.
Ben Winhill, Salina. 3 times now you guys have heard the passion of Mr. Bradley, how this doesn't work for trucks. And now we're giving you numbers that a positive over 50% of the public don't want this either. So I think it's time for the commissioners to listen to the people, listen to the truckers, listening to the businesses in the area. And even though you spent the money with Caw Valley, to me it was a little bit of a waste with the things that they've come up with this and Crawford Street and everything else, that maybe we should not do this or do the stoplights. To me, the stoplights would be a lot better solution. And like I brought up before, when it comes to this roundabout, you keep saying that, well, the traffic is going to flow much easier. And I told you before that Advanced Auto, just to the east of this at 200 feet, has an entrance for their large trucks to come in. They have to stop at physically stop and check in their loads with the personnel. And I have seen firsthand 4 trucks backed up on that road. It's off to the side, basically to a point where if you're going to have somebody come through a roundabout from the west going to the east, and they decide they can't get around those trucks and they're going to come to a complete stop, you're going to have a complete stop from everybody, all 4 directions. And you're going to have, and a light would take care of that, basically. But a roundabout, they're going to start stacking up. So, commissioners, it's time to listen to the people.
Thanks for your comments.
Just where you're waiting.
If there's no more further public comment, I'll bring it back to the commission.
I just have some comments and concerns. Mr. Bradley, notice on this, neither option here had an annual reduction of injury accidents. Was that a misprint?
No, sir, that's not a misprint. It doesn't have a reduction because during the traffic study there were no injury accidents.
But the traffic study was just 1 week.
No, the traffic study looked at the time period of 2022 to 2020 through essentially the end of 25. The traffic study identified 10 accidents at that intersection, and it labeled them 2 as injury accidents, but I believe they were mislabeled. According to US DOT guidelines, an injury accident is an accident that occurred that has bodily injury to a person who, as a result of the injury, immediately receives medical treatment away from the scene of the accident, meaning you're taken to a hospital, a clinic, or something, but you're taken away immediately. If you simply say, yeah, my neck's sore, but I'm fine, or yes, I scraped my elbow, but I'm fine, that doesn't count as an injury accident. And that is what these 2 injuries during this time frame were. In fact, I thought it was interesting that today they referenced the KDOT Drive to Zero dashboard. They were comparing the Junction City intersection roundabout. And according to that dashboard, the KDOT dashboard, it showed having 1 severe injury accident. If you look at this intersection, Waterwell, it has 0. And so again, I stand here saying, during the traffic study time frame that we're looking at, there were no injury accidents. Therefore, you cannot reduce from 0.
Okay, well, a lot of injuries become manifest several days after an actual collision.
I don't disagree with you. That could be true, but that's how the U.S. Department of Transportation identifies an injury accident.
Okay. Because, your risk of any rural traffic signal is the T-bone accident when people try to jump the light. But, you know, I'm looking at all the things on here, but the one thing that's glaringly missing became apparent to me last week. I was sitting in Ohio and Iron Street, and an 18-wheeler made a right turn going north on Ohio to go east on Iron Street. And I'm sitting in the left turn lane, and I don't know his speed, but I know it was more than 10 miles an hour. It looked like he was going to come across my dashboard. He was probably 12 inches away. It looked like 2 inches. But at that moment, it occurred to me, well, gosh, if you can make that turn without coming to a full stop, why in the world can't you navigate a roundabout?
Sir,
Yeah.
I've never made the contention.
And there's nothing on here about drivability. And it occurred to me, you know, I've been racking my brain over this the last month trying to become a roadway engineer expert, and that's not my job.
Sure.
No matter how much I read, I'm not going to develop that expertise. And on the other side, I've never driven a truck, so I'm not going to develop that experience. So I have to sit here and listen for objective reasons why our consultant's recommendations should not be taken. Martha Tasker recommended, how much money? $76,000 worth of pumps. We didn't question her one bit about who made them, what type valve. I don't even know if they have valves. But she said we needed them.
Sure.
So, you know, I know what will happen if she doesn't get them. You know, and if
Not
we
good
don't,
things.
and if we, you know, don't do something, I've crossed this intersection. It's an intersection waiting for something bad to happen. And I'm not hearing that I can't drive my truck through here. The lanes are too narrow. The approach angle is too sharp. You know, as far as, you know, if emergency vehicles need to get through, I would imagine there's a way that engineers could rig up a flashing light that emergency access could trigger, you know, fire truck coming. You can probably even do the same. I'm giving them work to do, but, you know, if a truck is sitting there too long, or a truck's coming in, flashing sign, truck entering roundabout or about to enter round, just to get people's attention. This is not meant to be a high-speed roundabout. I mean, this is almost in town. Right now, that road, 9th Street, is a highway. It's got a lower posted speed limit, but it's treated like a highway, which means if you're crossing it, you better be sure that you can get across. So the roundabout will slow traffic down, which is a good thing. And you know, I don't know that I have the expertise to sit here and say, from an engineering perspective, which is the best. Yeah, trucks, you know, I've driven roundabouts. Again, as I mentioned, we call them circles in Washington, D.C. I've driven them. We don't have much big truck traffic in a city like that. But the big, you know, city buses go through them all the time. They're not quite as long as a truck, but they navigate them. And they probably navigate by fear. You know, they start out there, and you'd be surprised how people will yield to them.
Commissioner, we never want to be imposing. We never want somebody to feel like they have to get out of our way because we're the bigger vehicle. And I do want to be clear. I don't want to mislead. In fact, I thought the last time I was here, I testified to this. I'm not going to stand here and tell you that we can't navigate those. I have trucks navigate roundabouts all the time, every day, without a doubt. They pose us more danger than other types of intersections, and that's why I would rather not see it at this intersection.
But, well, and that danger has not been quantified.
Well, the Minnesota study shows us 15 times more likely to roll over.
But that's 15 times of, it's still an infinitesimally small number. When you use percentages, you know, the old saying, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. That's statistics in its worst use possible. Something like that, you know, you got to give me absolute numbers at a specific location in a defined period of time to tell me, you know, 15% of, well, grocery stores, they make 4%. Yeah, but it's 4% of a real big number, so they make money. You know, 15% of a real tiny number is still a real tiny absolute number.
I don't disagree with you, and I'm not here to profess that I know anything about your industry, but you can use two drugs to perform an operation. One has a 15 times greater likelihood of working, but they're both infinitesimally small. Are you going to choose the one that has a 15 times better likelihood of working?
No, what we're taught is to look to see if the data supports the conclusion that the author presents. And if the data does not support the conclusion needs to be questioned. There's some data on here which I don't think can be backed up to support the conclusions that are being drawn from it. And that's the reason I really, that rollover percentage, those numbers are so close to each other that it's not a statistical difference. But
I would disagree and say there's a 15 times difference.
No, yeah, but 15 times a tiny number is
still 15 times.
It's still, but it's a tiny number.
So that's like saying, so my driver should never worry about rollover accidents because it's so unlikely that they're going to happen. I would say that's absolutely not true. We train for all kinds of things and worry about it every day.
I would say go slower. Very simply.
And I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you.
I don't know about trucks, but if the truck's rolling over at 10 miles an hour, I think there's something wrong other than the roadway under it.
I totally agree, and that's my point exactly. I totally agree with you. There's something else wrong. But still, if it's not the roundabout in front of me, then it doesn't happen.
So trucks never roll over in any other situation?
I didn't say that at all.
All right. Period. I'm not hearing that I can't drive my truck through this thing.
I'm not going to tell you that.
All right, but that's what the engineers would need to know. Have we designed this so poorly that you can't get the truck through here?
We can get through intersections, roundabouts much smaller than what they're intending to design. So I have no fear that what Caw Valley is intending to design here, that we cannot navigate it. I know we will be able to navigate it.
That's the reason I've asked probably 5 times, at what stage are you guys invited into the design room, say, hey, we got this 30%. Is there anything here that we're overlooking? And if it's never been designed before, let Salina, Kansas be the first in the country to come up with it.
I don't mind being the first, especially if we're innovative, for sure.
Right. So, I don't know that I'm hearing enough for me to try to
Again, I don't want to mislead you. I'm not here to say that I think we can't navigate it. I'm here to say that I don't think it makes sense at that location, whether it's time or money or opinion. Nothing leans towards the roundabout being the better decision here.
Okay, but those are the reasons that need to be advanced. And I'm not hearing a lot of objective reasons.
It's going to cost $1 million less. It's going to obstruct the signals we can have installed with full closure of the intersection for 30 minutes versus still an unknown time period. Complete installation in 2 months versus potentially 8 months. I mean, public opinion saying that we would rather have this versus that. Every commercial vehicle operator in that area, obvious stakeholders and landowners, everyone to a man saying, I don't prefer the roundabout. Those are the things I'm looking at.
If we hadn't closed Santa Fe, we wouldn't have the beautiful downtown that we have now. That was not pleasurable for store owners and people who live on Santa Fe. I mean, there is some inconvenience. And I would hope the engineers can design it so that closure would be minimal. But I'm just saying all this, there's factors other than just the cost. The one thing, that we still haven't attacked is engineering. From an engineering perspective, is this a sound suggestion?
Again, I think it's a nationally recognized design for vehicles of our size. And so again, I don't have a fear that this is an unnavigable thing. I'm just saying I don't think it's the best solution for that intersection.
Okay.
Any more comments from the commission? We're done with public comment. That was a follow-up question.
Pardon me?
They had a follow-up question on his comment. But, so what I'm saying is public comment.
So I needed to go after Ben? You didn't close it. You didn't say anything.
I brought it
about
back to the commission.
You did? Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Sorry for the misunderstanding, but that's.
As I stated the other day, on a decision like this, I always go and I make my pros and my cons and have to decide what I think is best for the community. And I do agree with Mr. Bradley. There will be more disruption to develop and build a roundabout than there would be for stoplights. I believe that, over time, we've improved designs of roundabouts. As the exciting stuff you get to do as a commissioner, I actually went out of my way the other day and spent 30 to 45 minutes over at Junction City watching vehicles and trucks come through that roundabout there by the gas station and the Cracker Barrel, and watched approximately, I'd say, a dozen trucks come through there, and it seemed like there was really no issue. I agree with Mr. Winholtz. We do have some issues with advanced auto, and we need to address that, whether it's a stoplight or a roundabout. That's something that we need to address. That's an issue that we need to try to figure out, because it's not safe either way. When I look at the risk to Mr. Bradley and the other truckers, I have to weigh that against what I consider, and again, there's been no serious accidents there, and that's part of what we're looking at. We just approved last meeting a vision zero policy, trying to stop from having significant accidents and fatalities. And from everything I can read, and I've gone out and read materials that were not only presented to us, but they're out from the state of Texas and stuff. Roundabouts, in this case, I think, will reduce the chance for a severe and a fatal accident at that corner. I do agree stoplights would help that also, but I do believe a roundabout is probably the answer if that's what we're aiming for, is to do what our Vision Zero policy states. So yeah, there's pros and cons on both sides, and those are, I think, the fact that we have plenty of ground out there. We're looking to do a single lane, hopefully, between Caw Valley and Mr. Bradley and the other truckers out there. We can come up with a solution that works for everybody. And I do want to thank Kubota for their cameras. I don't think we've mentioned that. They put a camera out that gave us a chance to watch traffic at that intersection, and so spent some time watching that. And there's a significant amount of traffic that goes through that intersection, and that was helpful to me. So,
thanks. What I keep coming back to is the Federal Highway Administration statistic on 82% reduction of injury accidents when replacing a two-way stop. So roundabouts are getting to be more ubiquitous around the country. It's not like this is an outlier. I mean, these designs have been around for well over a decade, and they keep improving on them. And this is presented by engineers. I mean, it's not like there's conjecture or shaky math behind it. It's pretty quantifiable.
And I probably would agree with Mr. Bradley's number, even though it's 7,000 people, and the people that do not prefer roundabouts, part of that is they're not used to it, and could be they've been to Hayes one too many times. But again, I think in Salina, we really don't have roundabouts that people are used to using. Again, it seems like about everywhere I go anymore, there's roundabouts that are used, and I like the single lane much more than I do the double lanes that I have to use in Manhattan. So
I originally hated the Hayes roundabouts when they first came, but I've been there a lot recently, and I've grown to kind of like them. They do increase ease of getting across town. You can get from the interstate to, I believe it's 27th Street in minutes versus double-digit minutes. I think the rollover accidents on the trucks were from the original designs of the roundabouts, and I believe the engineering has made them better to decrease that. But I'm the same way with the 82% reduction in fatal crashes from a two-way stop, and 78% from a signalized is just, it's kind of hard to overlook that, and that coming from the U.S. Department of Transportation studies and the studies that our engineers that we've paid to do that. I value that opinion as well. So I do appreciate the time that the truck industries have put into this, and the arguments that have given us towards their side as well.
Well, I have concluded that no one wants the disruption in the construction that you're looking at today, where these studies and projections are looking at the 20-year plan. And as cities develop, that's what we got to look at. Not 2 weeks from now, but 20 years from now. But I've also concluded in the study here that it's fairly negligible, the difference between a roundabout and a light. Either one is going to take a lot of adjustment, getting used to. And yeah, the advanced auto situation has been going on for 40 years. It's not been an issue, well, I've seen traffic backed up there, getting around trucks, but it'll be interesting, the improvements in the roadway and the lanes. I think as we do that, either way, there's going to be disruption. And it's something we're just going to have to deal with. But I really don't think there's going to be a lot of difference between roundabout or a light, other than truck drivers do not like the roundabout.
Can I just ask a question out of ignorance here? For the trucks going in, and I'm having a quick scene, which company is it with the trucks going in?
Is it
Advanced Auto, thank you.
I believe so it is, yeah.
Are those trucks headed east when they're waiting?
They come in going east, waiting to get in the gate.
All right. Would the third lane be available on that eastern part of Waterwell to allow those trucks to stack up? I don't know who'd be able to answer that, but
I think that would be one option. I think our first would be to try to work with Advanced Auto to figure out how we can keep them from stacking vehicles on the road in the first place, how they can change their operations. That's the first place I'd like to go. It's not a good situation, but then, at least, providing a space for them to stop so it doesn't back up into the roundabout would be the worst. That's how we deal with it if we can't get something worked out with Advanced Auto. But that's where I want to start, is starting to work out how can they adjust the way they intake their trucks that keeps them from stacking up on the roadway.
Thank you.
Here's someone we have not heard from that generates a lot of truck traffic is Exide or Stryton. Those trucks got to be loaded as heavy as anything that goes down the road. I don't know what kind of volume they do, but it's got to be tremendous.
and again, one other general question, are the trucks, the auto transport trucks, are they, the second half of them any longer than a routine 53-foot same? Yeah, I'm asking out of ignorance. I know I don't know the answer. They look longer, maybe because they're...
Generally not longer, no. We are regulated to how long we overall can be, and generally they're not longer, nor are they necessarily any less maneuverable, so that they're pretty maneuverable, as we are. So, yeah, but no, not generally any longer.
All right, thank you.
So I guess I had a question in the 20-year plan for Mr. Augustine. When we platted and annexed that property out there, you had intended to do a truck stop there. Is that still in play?
Well, Commissioner, thanks for bringing that up, because that's one of the points I forgot to mention, is that we are platted for a truck stop, and we have 3 entrances there. And I think both designs impact those entrances. And so we'll need to see the final design of that intersection to see how we can get into the facility and how customers can get out, because we need a right in and a left out to make that a success. If we're not able to get customers back out onto 9th Street heading north, then that will not be a good use for that property.
So that's still on the table?
It's still on the table, yes.
Okay, good.
Yes. This young man over here, Ted, is going to build that. So once we see the design, then we can relook at our plat and see how we can put that in there and make it work. So,
Thank you. Any more discussion on this item?
Mayor, I move that we approve a motion authorizing the city manager to direct staff for Caw Valley Engineering to design the recommended improvements.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. This governing body to authorize the city manager to direct staff for Caw Valley Engineering to design the recommended improvements at the 9th Street and Waterwell Road intersection. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Nay.
It passes 4-1. And on to 5.3, and Commissioner Hoppick, you're
I will be recusing myself at this point.
Item 5.3 will be to consider approval of resolution number 25-8323 for Magnolia Hills Estates Edition Number 3, Phase 1 Special Improvement District.
Mr. Kowach.
Mayor, Commissioners, Jim Kowach, City Engineer. We're here before you with some good news. The city continues to grow. Back in November of 2023, the Commission had a request and authorized city staff to prepare a special assessment engineering feasibility report for Phase 1 of Magnolia Hills Addition Number 3. Magnolia Hills Addition is south of Berkeley Family recreational area out on the east side of town off Markley Road, just north of Magnolia Road. So it's the first 2 phases have been built. We're just going over the center point of that section into Phase 3, Phase 1 of Part 1 of Addition Number 3. The developer had provided an estimate of $860,767.05 for the cost of construction. In addition to the construction costs are engineering fees, construction interest, and the contingency totaling a little over $173,000, and a bonding cost of a little over $86,000, brings the total assessed costs at $1,119,974.15. So $1.1 million. As part of the packet, we had 5 attachments for your review. The Benefit District, Magnolia Hills Estates Number 3, Phase 1, a map of the Benefit District itself, Improvement District Development Agreement for Magnolia Hills Number 3, the petition for Magnolia Hills Estates Edition Number 3, the preliminary engineering report with all of the bid items for the public improvements, and then the resolution for Magnolia Hills Estates Edition Number 3, Phase 1. So we've got all of that information in the packet. According to Policy Resolution 18-7556, which sets out the requirements for the review, petition number 4441 was submitted by Magnolia Hills that requested certain street drainage, water, and sanitary sewer improvements and for those improvements to be assessed to the improvement district equally per square foot. The attached engineering petition and preliminary engineering report details those costs. City staff has worked with Mr. Kelly Dunn of Magnolia Hills Incorporated on development agreements in the past, issues related to the construction and financing of these improvements. The attached development agreement is similar to previous agreements approved for subdivision development where the developer contracts privately with contractors, constructs those improvements to city standards, and then the city reimburses the developer for the eligible costs. According to prescribed Kansas state statutes, there are sufficiency rules or basis for exception or acceptance. In this case, condition number 3 was met. And the engineering feasibility report for those public improvements was attached for our review. The property owners may choose to pay for their share of the project costs as a lump sum payment or as a special assessment tax over the 20-year payment period beginning on the date of the general obligation bonds that are issued by the city. The development agreement coincides with Resolution 18-7556 regarding financial guarantees, which the developer has met with the 20% project cost basis. 100% of the estimated costs of the $1.1 million are to be assessed against the improved district. Property owners do have the opportunity to pay for those assessments in full or to elect to pay those assessments in increments over the 20-year period. So we are here before you to answer questions. We recommend you approve resolution number 258323 and authorize the city manager to execute an agreement for the district development agreement between the city and Magnolia Hills Incorporated. I'll stand before you with any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any follow-up questions for Mr. Kowach?
Well, my question really isn't about this specific project. I think I'm going to be bald and have no hair before Holmes Road gets paved. When does Holmes Road get triggered? Because this looks further east than we planned to go before something had to be done to Holmes Road.
No, this is still just to the west of the midpoint of the requirement for Holmes Road to be improved. Phase 3, number 1, and I think there is maybe one more small phase that'll be eligible to be constructed with improvements off Markley Road, and then sooner or later we're going to have to decide what to do with Holmes Road.
So there's a lot. It's Block 5, lots 2 and 3. I don't know if it's, but are those as far east as development can go without triggering something on Holmes Road?
Yes. Yeah, I think there's one piece further to the south there that may be acceptable as far as Phase 3, Part 1, but we can't get any closer to Holmes Road without improving Holmes Road.
And any development agreement for Holmes Road will incorporate how many of these, would this section be included in the benefit district for Holmes? If it was paved using usual conventional financing methods that we've used in the past?
No, if the lots are included in this benefit district, which provides access to Markley Road, they would not be included in the benefit district for Holmes Road.
Because these folks are getting far enough east to where Holmes Road is going to be a convenient way to get out, particularly if they're going to go to south on not south, but west on Magnolia.
Yeah.
So, there would be some benefit to them. Holmes Road gets pushed so further down the road.
I think we need to review that answer. I believe we created a benefit district for Holmes Road that does include some of these lots, but we'll have to verify the actual benefit district for Holmes Road or what that looks like, because I believe we already kind of preemptively started that, but I'll have to double check.
So purchasers there would know ahead of time that they either are in or not in the Holmes Road benefit district.
Yes. Yep.
Just as long as it's on the record.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to be done as far as options on how to pay for Holmes Road, which portion, how far it extends, if it goes clear up to Merrimont or south of Magnolia, Crawford. There's lots of options there on which properties would benefit and how it's going to be paid for in the future. I know
And we
that
do
Public
plan
Works
to
has been
bring that
tasked
back.
with looking for federal or KDOT dollars to try to offset some of those costs.
And
to the
we do
city.
plan to bring that topic back, perimeter street policy, sometime in the spring. We'll be having a conversation about that policy kind of generally, but Holmes Road is really the trigger point for us to need that conversation. So I do plan to have that before you in some sort of a strategic planning session sometime in the spring.
Thank you.
We have any more questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any member of the public wish to comment on this item? Please abide by the 3-minute time constraints. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Doug Ramp. I read through the packet in detail. As a matter of fact, I went through parts of it 2-3 times regarding this project, and I consider Kelly Dunn a friend. The one I've lived in communities where new ground, the developer has taken care of all the infrastructure, and here locally, and my research has shown me other communities do it as well. The one thing that probably bothers me a little in the process is the developer comes up with the number, and where to get that nickel from, who the heck knows on the one number that was mentioned. But I would bet a pretty large sum of money that there's no competitive bidding done in that process, that they reach out to the dirt guy, reach out to the pavement guy, give me a number, because they really don't have any, they have little vested interest, because the specials a lot of times they're not something right out in front of people like the price of a home. And while the taxes are typically published, I have good friends that specials have been overlooked. I mean, it's like an afterthought, or it's like something that, I don't want to say it's sprung on them, but it has surprised them, and I just wanted to bring that up for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments.
Tony Johnson, Salina. He mentioned Salina's growing again. I don't see the census data to back up that we're growing. We're just sprawling out while we put all the risk on the taxpayer, and the developer makes off like a bandit on this. I mean, we needed housing so bad in this town, we had to give away the farm, so to speak, in order to get it. I think we really ought to look at what we're doing moving forward. If we had some organic growth, it would be nice to see, rather than this cronyism we have going on here that trickles down to one of our city commissioners.
Thanks for your comments. If that's it for public comment, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mayor, I move we approve resolution number 25-8323 and authorize the city manager to execute an improvement district development agreement with the city of Salina and Magnolia Hills Incorporated.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 25-8323 and authorize the city manager to execute an improvement district development agreement between the city of Salina and Magnolia Hills Incorporated. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Passes 4-0.
Could I maybe put the city manager on the spot to explain something better than I'll be able to explain without preparation? Mr. Johnson did mention that the city is, on the hook for the risk. We don't actually, so far anyway, have not actually had to pay this money back out of our city treasuries.
Yeah, that's correct. So we do bond. I mean, we do bond against those projects, and special assessments go on the properties, and the property owners are required to pay those bonds over time. So we have not had an issue where we have had any of those default, where we've had a real concern where it's caused us issues with our bonds. And part of that is, I guess, we have a several step process that we go through to see if it's feasible, if we think it'll work. And we do that intentionally so that we don't get ourselves kind of, over our skis, I guess, so to speak. There have been communities that did special assessments that for lots that never developed, and that caused a lot of problem and did cause some cities to have issues, significant issues. Junction City is the prime example in the state of Kansas that had issues with that, where the Big Red One was supposed to come back, and that was supposed to have a bunch of houses. The developer said, "Hey, we'll build lots," and there's still empty subdivisions in Junction City where they have lots. And those developers went default, and the city of Junction City was on the hook. But we try to very intentionally do this slow. I mean, we're not approving 200, 300, 400 lots at a time. You see, this one was 15 lots, 15, 16 lots. Generally speaking, what we have on the market for any individual developers, 15, 16, 20, 30 lots at a time that we approve. So we do have a process that very intentionally takes a look at that. And if we felt like this would be something that would be extra risky, then it would be we would make a recommendation that we don't do it. So at this point, haven't had any real concerns or issues with special assessments to finance infrastructure.
And the developer is paying those, I guess, yearly payments or whatever that.
So the developer pays
until
them
it's sold.
until it's sold, and then
Right.
the property owner would pick up the remaining tab.
And I think it bears clarification that it says right here, this is an estimate. So when actual costs come in, that's when the bonds are issued?
Yeah, absolutely. So once we get the final and actual costs and it's all closed out, that's when
And that's
we
when
issue
the
bonds.
actual assessments will be put on the property.
That's correct.
All right, on to 5.4.
Item 5.4, consider authorizing the purchase of equipment to support the fiber infrastructure throughout the city of Salina from CNC Group in the amount of $283,980.87 and from CDW in the amount of $4,207.87.
Mr. Gardner.
Commissioners, Scott Gardner, Director of Computer Technology, Continuous Process Improvement, and the Media Department. What we want to talk to you about today is something that you don't actually see. The fiber that runs through the city is what we're talking about. When I took over approximately 3 some odd years ago, we sat down, we did an assessment, myself and our current Chief Technology Officer, Corey Scheck. And essentially what we were doing was trying to assess where the department was, where the city was, and what we needed to do. We came up with a list of items, primarily looking at security as it relates to cyber and performance as far as the structure of what we're able to do and how we're able to be able to support other departments. And so essentially what we've come up with is we said we need to look at our fiber, because the fiber that we are currently using is at least 30 years old, if not older. And over the course of time, what we've found is that the fiber connects in closets, which are concrete things that are in the ground. And they're supposed to be watertight, but unfortunately at this point, the majority of them are no longer watertight. And so what we found in one of the departments was fiber went down. We don't have the skill set, and we don't intend to hire the skill set to support those. So we had to go out to a third party to have it checked. And what they found was there was water inside of the closet. And over the course of years and time, water has gotten in, frozen, thawed. And so when they went to make the repair for the fiber, they were unable to make the splice because there had been so many splices done previously that they couldn't do it. So we ended up having to lease fiber from a third party. The downside of that is some of our fiber we lease, some of our fiber we own. And it just varies depending on where you're going and what you're looking at. But the problem was for this department to get up to the speed that they were used to because it was our fiber, the costs became something that we looked at and we said, we can't afford to do this if this continues to happen throughout the city. And so, as I said previously, 3 or so odd years ago, we had looked at putting in a loop system, a fiber loop system, and we actually went out and got bids. There were some opportunities for us to do that. Unfortunately, the grants that supported that effort are no longer in place. And so that looked at a approximately $5 million bill. And we were like, that's not sustainable. We can't do that. So we kept looking, went to some other people, and got down as low as $2 million. And we were like, that's still not, we can't do that either. And so when we had this problem, we started looking at, okay, if we have to do this throughout all of the facilities that the city owns, what does that do to us? And we were like, well, that's not sustainable either. So in talking with one of the suppliers, we started talking about dark fiber, which is fiber that is already in the ground that we would own, but they would maintain for us. And so that no longer had the $1 million price tag to put it in the ground because it was already there. And so since we are already paying for a lot of those things, and primarily it's because what runs through there runs on their equipment as well. And so by doing the dark fiber, what you have before you is the equipment that is going to be necessary to support that. The ongoing cost is something that we're already doing. And we believe that over the period of time, we will actually save money long term once we get this paid for. And so the problem that we're running into is that fiber is just a matter of time before it all starts to break down because it is so old. And so Corey and I sat down, we looked at this, and Corey ran some numbers, and we continue to run some numbers. And so with CDW and CNC, those are companies that we already do business with. They're already vetted through the state as far as procurement and making sure that you get the right buyers and the lowest cost. They're already approved through the state as far as going out getting 3 bids. And so those are the reasons that we're recommending CNC Group and CDW for the equipment and for the closets and everything that go inside the buildings to store our equipment or this equipment that will go in. We can work on and we can maintain this equipment. The problem that we have is when it goes outside and you start talking about the fiber, that's a price tag that we can't support. We don't want to staff for that because there's an ongoing cost for that. And so what we're asking is to do this. We didn't put it into the sub-CIP because of the price tags. And so once we started going through all of these issues, then we came down, we sat down with finance, and they were like, well, there is a possibility that we could take this and pull it out of the vehicle and equipment budget, which has 1.8 in it, and we're only looking to take out 300 and some thousand that's listed here. And so what's before you is the approval for us to buy this equipment. By getting this equipment, then we can move forward on getting the bids and getting everything in place to implement the dark fiber. And so that's what we're asking you to do right now, is to approve us to be able to go and purchase this equipment now so that we can get the dark fiber project started and start to convert the city over. By us having the equipment, we can simulate the loop system without actually having the loop in place because we can configure it electronically. And so what that allows us to do is if somebody is out drilling or cutting and they cut the fiber, we can automatically reroute it and keep everybody going and nobody knows the difference. So that's the beauty of this. Plus it also allows us to now put the onus of someone else on maintaining the fiber. And if anytime it actually goes down, then they'll just give us another dark fiber pair to run on. So what we have before you is taking that 2025 and replacing that budget and taking it out of the vehicles and equipment, using CNC Group in the amount of $283,980 and CDW for $4,207.87 to buy this equipment, to buy the racks and everything that it's going to go on so we can lock it up and maintain it so that it's there. We would still use Station 3 as a secondary location for our security as far as the first responders to make sure that they stay up and keep running. Because the problem we have right now is if this building goes down, everybody's down. And that's something that we can't accept at this point. So we've got to make sure that we're able to support everybody. With us owning the equipment, we can raise the speed up and it doesn't cost us. Right now, if somebody else owns it, when you raise the speed up so that people can work faster, the price tag also goes up with it. And so that's the part that we can't we can absorb going forward if we want to continue to maintain that 3% that finance has put on us is about increasing each year. So you can approve our motion to purchase this equipment. If you want, then you can also tell us to go back, bring you more information, or you can ask us to postpone this. Corey Scheck, our CTO, is also online to answer any technical questions that you may have. And I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Do we have any questions?
Where is the dark fiber? Is it existing fiber from like telecommunication companies or?
Yes.
Okay.
The dark fiber is fiber that is already in the ground right now. There are several companies that do have fiber throughout Salina. The question is, how much do they have? Because what they don't have, then we would have to pay for. So before we go out and do that, we would get bids to have that work done.
So this would be bypassing the old closets that are in the ground that are waterlogged because they have newer infrastructure.
Correct.
And then you just would be, is it already coming into the buildings, or do you have to have that come into the building at that point as well?
Most of them are already there. You would finish the last end runs. And Corey, if you would unmute your mic.
Sure.
He can probably speak to this a little bit better than me, but a lot of that is already there. It would just be a matter of them making the final run, but where it isn't, then they would go. Corey?
Yes, that's true. A lot of the last mile, in some cases, especially on the south end of our community, would need to be tuned, essentially. That's the benefit of and the need to go out for proposal if this is approved. From our perspective, this was paramount because there is no point to entertain competitive bidding on a dark fiber service if we don't have proper next-gen infrastructure equipment to manage on it. And that was a large one-time cost. So that's kind of what drove our approach in this circumstance, to look for approval for the one-time hardware purchase first. And then if it's agreed that that's a good approach, then our next step will be going out for a formal published request for service with all of the specifications and guidelines we require for that dark fiber circuitry.
Corey, you might also speak to the upgrades that we've been trying to do here recently, and we've run into problems because the equipment that is there is old. And so this would cover a lot of that equipment as well.
Sure. A lot of our equipment is great enterprise equipment. Cisco, one of the top products in the market that's out there. However, it's older and it's very costly, and not just the cost of the hardware, but also the cost of the licensing. Their approach to licensing is a little unique and it's not cost prohibitive at all, as well as the training and the certain skill set and expertise to manage Cisco equipment is a lot more costly than other equipment. What we found when we took a step to replace what's called our core, so think of it as the heart of our central nervous system, that is intercommunication. When we went to replace that with newer equipment, we ran into a unanticipated shortcoming in that new equipment was unable to reliably speak to the older equipment that's out everywhere in the community at our public facilities now. So we kind of tapped the brakes and took a step back and looked at the entire ecosystem holistically to say, okay, let's not just look at single component replacements to come up to speed, but let's approach this from essentially replacing the entire central nervous system to what it needs to be today to also support the future need down the road 10, 15, 20 years.
Thank you.
Where is the CNC group based out of?
They are a Kansas group, and I'm not sure where their headquarters is. I want to say Lenexa. I am not 100% sure on that, but I do know they have an office in Wichita that we usually will receive a lot of support directly out of.
So has someone assessed the condition of this dark fiber? This is a new term for me, dark fiber.
So I totally understand that. And I can provide a little bit of clarification regarding that term. fiber is fiber, right? Fiber is data moving across glass optics. It's extremely fast and extremely reliable. The dark fiber term in itself basically means, as Scott's point earlier, the tubes that hold that glass really belong to another vendor. But the dark term associated that means that we as the city enter into a contract with exclusive usage rights to some of those tubes, we'll call them, of glass. So there is no other, in a leased environment, you are essentially running through hubs that other businesses also run through inside that provider's infrastructure. And in this scenario, it would be a direct point A to point Z termination where we are providing the endpoint switching, and those direct connections, there is no middle infrastructure to potentially fail on someone else's maintenance schedule that could cause us an outage. It also increases our ability to provide different layers of security as needed, whether it be CGIS driving it, NIST, ICE, those things of that nature. So it's really kind of leasing, getting the benefits of having our own private fiber, but still having a cost associated so the subject matter experts can maintain that fiber along with the rest of their infrastructure in the community as they need to on their schedule.
Corey, you talked about a lease. So will we be entering into a lease with one company or with multiple companies? Because I know different fibers ran by different companies throughout the community.
That's a great question. And our hope is to put out a formal request for service to receive competitive quotes to accomplish our specification and our requirements for the build out, and then evaluate, okay, based on a serviceability, based on turnaround time, based on localization, which of these proposals best aligns with what we need, and then engage into hopefully a 10-year contract with said vendor, whatever meets specs and checks most boxes for us. Yes.
So do we currently own the fiber we're running on, or are we leasing it currently?
We currently own that. And that's kind of where we got into our scenario is we purchased the fiber, but we didn't create the department or the subdivision, if you will, with the proper training to maintain it and keep it up over the last 25, 30 years.
Do we have any idea what the lease payments are anticipated to be on something like this?
We've done some preliminary numbers with 2 different vendors that are both local to us, and we've seen a range that varies everywhere from approximately $13,000 a month, and this is for the entire infrastructure once everything is built out, from everywhere from $13,000 a month up to $35,000 a month. So that's really why we think it's paramount to put this out for a proposal to see what other contractors could potentially bring. But to Scott's point previously, my biggest concern is the CapEx, and that's going to be driven by the footprint that each vendor may or may not have in the community directly.
Is purchasing this prior to getting our leases in place, is that putting the cart before the horse, or do we need to purchase this first?
And from my perspective, the approval was paramount to me. At no point have we entered into or do we plan to enter into a contracted purchase until we have seen the full scope of the RFS. Okay. So, and we've talked about this internally. Basically, the moment we do or do not have the blessing from the commission here, our next step, which we already have a draft ready to go, is to put that proposal out, to field those hopefully within a 4 to 6 week period so that we can make pretty quick turnaround and get a decision made without varying the cost of this hardware.
Because I'm looking at staff, I'm guessing we'll have to approve the lease at some point
so
too,
Corey,
correct?
I guess just a couple of points of clarification. We don't have fiber that connects everywhere we need it to connect to. We have some fiber in some locations. The rest of the locations, we are paying service providers for space on their network. So we are paying Cox and Nextech in certain locations across the city. So the current bills that we're paying Cox and Nextech that we wouldn't be paying in the future would be, that money would offset the cost of this fiber. Is that correct, Corey?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, and I'd say it's a 60-40 split because even though we have, say, for example, Next Tech Fiber in one facility, that may not be used for system operations. So there's a lot of that, especially on the north end of town where we do own it. So it is a mix of cost offset. There's some facilities that there will be a huge cost offset, and there's others where we'll actually be incurring more cost by bettering the infrastructure.
And so there's probably going to be some cost involved to run, or is that just part of what a Next Tech or a Cox will do to run it from wherever it's at now into our buildings?
That will be inside of their bid.
That'll be inside of their bid.
Right, because we will tell them exactly what we're needing, and they're going to quote back to us a finished product, understanding where they need to make those last mile runs, as Corey said. But Commissioner Hoppick, to your point, this is needed first because if we don't have this, the fiber won't work.
Right.
So with your approval to do this, then we can go into that next step and secure that, of which most of that is going to be costs that we're already expending as it is.
And so generally speaking, the cost of this, over time, we would replace one piece at a time here. So this is stuff that needs to be replaced
Well,
anyway.
stuff gets outdated,
We're just doing it all at one time. So we've been replacing stuff over time. This is kind of moving ahead of schedule and doing it all at one time so that we do have opportunities to take advantage of the fiber that's in the ground. And that provides a lot more security and a lot more reliability than what we're seeing right now. I mean, we've had departments go down, and we've had to figure out workarounds for that. Fortunately, it wasn't the police department or the fire department or a life safety critical department, but I think we're concerned that could be that could be coming in the future if we don't kind of try and fix this. Which is why we're not waiting to go through the budget process.
And I might also add, just point of clarification, is a huge benefit to this is this proposal will introduce not just a primary, but a secondary leg for all frontline facilities. So they will not be dependent on a single trunk for communication, making them far more resilient than they are today.
That's the loop system that I talked about. We can simulate that electronically as opposed to physically having pairs run around the city in a circle.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions?
I just want to thank them for not getting one iota more technical than what you did, because I was able to hang with you.
I'll open this up to public comment. Please abide by the 3-minute time constraints. Thank you. And I'll bring it back to the commission.
I move to approve a motion authorizing the purchase of switches supporting the city's fiber infrastructure with CNC Group in the amount of $283,980, and for wall mounts with CDW in the amount of $4,207.87, for a total of $288,187.87, and authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with CNC Group and CDW.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to authorize the purchase of switches supporting the city's fiber infrastructure with CNC Group in the amount of $283,980, and for wall mounts with CDW in the amount of $4,207.87 for a total of $288,187.87, and authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with those two aforementioned entities. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Passes 5-0. And on to development business.
Item 6.1, consider approval of 8 ordinances needed to update the city's building codes.
Ms. Driscoll.
Commissioners, thank you very much. Lauren Driscoll, Director of Community and Development Services. I will note I have several members of staff here who may chime in as we go through this or if you have questions. And for the general public's awareness, we did have a study session on this item just before this meeting at 3 o'clock today. So the Commission's fairly familiar with this material. I'm going to be speaking to you today from the staff report that was in the packet, so this is also what the public would have had. But just as a recap, what we're talking about today are the variety of ordinances that make up the building and trade codes that the City of Salina uses. These are the minimum standards necessary to create and ensure life safety, structural integrity, and consistent construction practices throughout the community. There is a national process for building codes. They're most commonly coming from the International Code Council and the International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials, IAPMO. We also refer to the International Fire Code, or the IFC, which also has its own council. New models are released every 3 years. So basically there's this council at that national level that pulls all these experts together, and they're constantly monitoring new technologies, building practices, safety standards to really put out the best, safest, and most usable codes. Communities then bring those standard model codes in and review those for regional applicability and how things are done in that community, and communities can make local amendments. Here in Salina, we've done that process by working with our Building Advisory Board, or the BAB, which is composed of a variety of subject matter experts from the building trades. It also includes architects, citizens at large, a variety of different things. Talking through these codes, there were 7 subcommittees that have met over the last couple of years. Each of their subcommittee meetings range from 1 to 3 hours as they go section by section, line by line of these codes, making recommendations and seeing how these would best be worked here in Salina. Those subcommittee meetings are public, so they're noticed on the city's website. The agenda is made available. Anybody can attend those. So throughout that process, that's have different people in the community in there having those discussions. Also, sometimes staff has worked with subject matter experts at the national level to have them come into those subcommittee meetings, so the members of the committee, members of the community could have those conversations with subject matter experts. Overall, subcommittees met 38 times and finally brought forward final recommendations to the BAB, in which they've heard both at their November 5th meeting and their December 2nd meeting, in which they made final recommendations to the City Commission. Just as a quick note, one of the things that we pay attention to are the number of local amendments that come with each code. Our last set of code had 189 local amendments, and as we go to adopt the 2018, we'll go down to 141. And what we're seeing is many of the things that we had adopted as local amendments in our last code section were very forward thinking. And so what we're seeing is the things that we adopted locally are now showing up in this current code. Looking a little bit forward, staff foresees that we will probably move towards the 2024 code in about 2 years. We are waiting for some coordination with the State Fire Marshal's office. They have finally hired a contractor and are looking at updating the state's fire code, which would impact our codes. But in the meantime, we have moved forward. I want to highlight just a couple of the precise code sections. I think we've outlined those both in the staff report and in the study session before, but we are noting that the International Energy Conservation Code, or the IECC, we are not recommending going to the 2018 version of that. The BAB and subcommittees are recommending staying at the 2009 version, particularly because there are some updates that include mandatory blower door testing, duct leakage testing, and increased thermal envelope requirements. Also, third-party verifications of installation quality and specialized equipment that's not regionally available in Salina. Furthermore, Uniform Mechanical Code and the Uniform Plumbing Code have some basic updates that essentially reflect modern materials, safety practices, and repair methods. The National Electric Code and the International Building Code have updates that generally improve clarity, modernize standards, and align with local requirements with national code practices. So no major changes on those either. International Residential Code. The overall IRC changes bring residential and construction standards into alignment with current safety practices while clarifying several areas that caused inconsistencies and interruptions. such as how smoke alarms in existing homes undergo remodel and how they have to be interconnected, new standards for solar panels on roof pathways to improve firefighter access, and the adoption of Appendix Q, which relates to tiny houses. We actually surprisingly get a lot of calls about these. I think sometimes what people think is a tiny house and just a small home are a little confusing, but these specifically get into looking at everything from mezzanines to how ship's ladders are used for stairs, things like that. So we have, the BAB has reviewed that and adopted those codes, which could make housing more affordable as people look at different housing products in our community. The International Existing Building Code, previously IEBC, adoption gives the city and design professionals clearer national recognition for standards for modernizing older structures. We've also recommend adopting a new code, the Uniform Swimming Pool, Spa, and Hot Tub Code. We've actually had these rules before, but they've been in other code sections, and what's happened is they've pulled them out of those other sections and now made them their own. Specifically, though, the BAB would recommend there is an opportunity to allow electric pool covers to substitute for things like fencing and that permanent barrier. And the BAB is not recommending that the power safety covers be allowed as an alternative for a required pool barrier. The thing with the power safety covers is they require ongoing maintenance and they need to be properly functioning in order for them to really be the safety device that is intended. So there are also long-term enforcement challenges. It's very difficult to see if you can see if a fence has been installed around a pool and know if it's an issue. With these power safety covers, it's very difficult to tell. Plus, there's not a lot of safety additional requirements. There's nothing that tells you if it's not fully closed or somebody's forgotten it, which again removes some of the safety that's meant to be intended. So with that, the BAB is recommending that as a specific component to that. The more significant changes were in the International Fire Code. I want to note that overall, key model code additions and clarifications before we get into the two specific areas included food truck regulations. We have been dealing with food trucks for a number of years, but this 2018 update really got specific about what they needed. And just for the Commission's knowledge, both Joe Kovacic, City Fire Marshal, and building inspectors during Smoky Hill River Festival have met the last couple of years with our food trucks that have been part of the festival, giving them an idea that this was coming. And so it's not a huge surprise, but it is something that's new in that code. The Group E sprinkler threshold is now required for educational occupancies with fire area occupant load of 300 or more. Manual fire alarm in assembly spaces has been amended and required not only with occupant load exceeding 300, but also when there's more than 100 occupants are located above or below the level of exit discharge. Exit discharge illumination requires illumination paths outside the building to the public way or the safe dispersal area. And outdoor assembly and trade shows, there are new provisions that address hazards associated with temporary and large-scale events. And self-storage facilities, we had a local amendment that we are suggesting be retained, where facilities under 7,500 square feet that are self-storage be exempt. With that, as we talked about earlier, section 1103.5.1, which is group A2 occupancies with alcohol consumption. This is actually a retroactive recommendation by the IFC. It's part of Chapter 11, which is specifically reserved for retroactive codes. That means that the Code Council has looked at this so hard, and we actually know from research that it's over 15 years that this has been worked on, this amendment, to where they've landed at how do people stay safe in these particular occupancies. So A2 is primarily nightclubs, small bars, pubs, gathering places. And it is going to pertain to where alcoholic beverages are consumed in a group A2 occupancy, having an occupant load of 300 or more. The fire area containing Group A2 occupancy shall be equipped with the automatic sprinkler system in accordance with 903.3.1.1. And that is what is being recommended by the IFC. At looking at this with the BAB and through staff research and speaking with the community, what this really means is those businesses or those assembly spaces that are A2 will be required to have automatic sprinklers when alcohol is consumed and occupant load is 300 or more. This is retroactive, so when we adopt this, that's it. Like, there's no 6-month compliance window. It needs to be moving forward. It doesn't mean if a building's older and it hasn't been affected by this, it doesn't need to come into compliance. It drags everybody up into the current standard. So there's where retroactive is important to remember. It's also not common. This is the only piece of retroactive code in the whole recommendation and the ordinances today. Why does this matter? Well, some of the challenges when we have something retroactive and we start talking about sprinklers is we have high costs for sprinkler installation in existing buildings, potential business disruption during installation. Some buildings cannot be retrofitted with major reconstruction, and upcoming state adoption of fire codes may affect what we can or cannot amend in the future. So I think the cost of construction and the cost of putting a sprinkler system in is one of those more obvious things that could affect a business. But one of the things that we talked about, and as I mentioned who we spoke with and who could be impacted by this, we talked about how, as I mentioned, the state has their contractor. They're going to update code. The model code that we're looking at is the same model code the state's looking at. The likelihood of them adopting this is pretty likely. I'm not going to say that they can't change their mind. They're going to go through a process just like our community did. But if they do adopt it, we can't be less restrictive. So we could do something less now, we could do something different, but if the state adopts this same language, this model language in a couple of years, those businesses will have to come into compliance. We won't be able to be less. So something we talked about is this is a possible window in the future. Even if we do something now, you're only 2 or 3 years away from the likelihood of having to come into this kind of compliance. So we did reach out to local businesses. We created a one-page handout that was in the packet. You could see that where we broke down what these regulations meant, what the possible staff recommendation was for an exemption or an amendment, a local amendment to the code. They were also notified that on December 2nd, the BAB would be meeting and discussing this item. Both the fire marshal and building services contact information was given to them, and we did on-site visits. So we went through each of the affected businesses, talked about maybe everything from what it meant to put sprinklers in, but could they create different occupancy spaces, firewalls versus doors, how that would work in those spaces. And we also did talk about, as I mentioned, how a potential adoption of the state fire code could affect them in the future, so that this wasn't a one-off thing. They really needed to be thinking into the future. So the proposed local amendment options, staff looked at 4 different things to the BAB. You could, 1, delete this section. You could, 2, adopt a written, or you could adopt it as written, but create a compliance window. You could adopt with local amendments, such as we're recommending, or you could adopt with no changes, and that would mean the sprinkler would be a full requirement. Staff's recommendation, option 3, is to add the following exception. You would keep the language as presented, so where alcoholic beverages are consumed in a Group A2 occupancy having an occupant load of 300 or more, the fire area containing the A2 occupancy shall be equipped with an automatic sprinkler system in accordance with Section 903.3.1.1. An exception would be added that automatic sprinkler systems shall not be required where the occupant load is restricted to fewer than 300 occupants when alcohol beverages are available for consumption, or where no alcoholic beverages are consumed when the occupant load exceeds 300. So that gives these entities the opportunity to have a bit of flexibility to say, if we've got a lower event, you could still have alcohol, but if you're having a larger event, no alcohol. That 300 number is not a number staff picked. That does come from the model code. And we chose to try and stay with that as we're trying to stay as close to the safety standards that are being recommended in the model code while allowing for local flexibilities. We try to move through this. There are 3 businesses that we identified as being affected: the Muse Ballroom, the VFW, and the Masonic Temple. The Muse Ballroom, after staff met with Johnny Kim, who's the owner, he did note that their occupant load exceeds 300, but it does not allow alcohol. So that was not a concern for them, and they would not be directly affected by this. The VFW, staff had contact with Paul Hassey, quartermaster, and they do have an occupant load that exceeds 300. They recognize that they have 3 to 4 events per year, which would involve both alcohol and high occupancy, but stated that they could manage attendance to comply with the proposed exception, and discussed possible interior separation options. The Masonic Temple, we met with Mary Landis, the executive director. She also noted that they have an occupant load well over 300, and they typically have 4 or 5 events per year which involve alcohol with large crowds. They were hoping they can limit occupancy when needed, and they already use security for exceptionally large events. But they did ask about an exception for already booked events that they have deposits for in the near future. So bringing that all together, staff, our recommendation and our explanation for that recommendation is we feel that this local amendment would balance safety with operational feasibility, has clear enforceable practicality, provides time and flexibility amid potential state-level code adoptions, and allows continued operation of existing establishments with minimal disruption. For additional consideration, as we discussed in the study session, staff also recommends permitting pre-booked events at the Temple and the VFW that have been secured through deposit prior to today, December 8th, 2025. This is a request made by the Temple. We wanted to make sure the VFW was included in that. All required document needs to be submitted to the city on or before January 1st, 2026 to qualify under this allowance. Mary Landis, since we spoke, she called us on Friday with this suggestion, or we met with her. She has since provided me with deposit information from 8 events that they have coming up, and that would, they said if we could keep these events, we've got these people already booked their deposits, good. If we could keep these, we won't do any more as we figure out how we're going to either put in additional fire suppression, whether that's a sprinkler, spacing, or how they schedule events. If the commission's open to that, that's something that can be dealt with when you act, and wanted to note that it would make sense to have the VFW included in that. Okay, the second big piece of the IFC is Appendix D, which we have had on the books for a number of years. It involves emergency vehicle access, required number of access points or remote entries, minimum design standards for private emergency access roads, and long-term maintenance responsibilities. As many of you are aware, we've had development challenges over the last few years, including platting. One of the things that we see when trying to develop land in our community, whether it's greenfield or infill, is we have landlocked parcels, even in infill. We have greenfield areas with no existing access roads, or roads that only have one access road, making it difficult to create multiple entry points at remote distances. We also have geographical and topographical boundaries, levees, river channels, highways, airports, industrial complexes, parklands, and many more, creeks, rivers. The tools that we currently have in the toolbox under Appendix D are the 2 access points that are remote from each other. And right now, the IFC defines those as a distance apart equal but not less than half the length of the maximum overall diagonal dimensions of the property. We'll talk about this a bit more in detail in a minute, but why that's relevant. We also have single access roads in situations where the fire marshal is able to exercise discretion and looking at what are the features necessary to keep those single access roads safe in those situations, and sprinklers. The state of Kansas statutorily will not allow us to require sprinklers for residential construction. So we would not do that through building permits, and we would not do that through platting action, but it can be done through a covenant if the developer so chooses. It's kind of the least favored of the option. It's not always ideal for the developer or for us, but the BAB thought it was important that that remain on the table. because it, one, keeps people safe, and two, we do have some geographically challenged properties, and they want there to be plenty of options. So BAB and staff are proposing amendments on the remote standards, where we need those two remote entrance points, that the defined remoteness is not less than 300 feet apart, measured in a straight line. The 300-foot number comes from the full length of a Santa Fe, or of a city block. So looking at Santa Fe, when we talked with the fire department, we looked at other communities, that's the distance really needed to keep things safe and separate. It would also be uniform and consistent, so developers would really know, how do you get to that number? Sometimes we end up arguing what the real corners are, especially when properties aren't a true square or a true rectangle. This is a very, very clear number. It also would apply to all three categories: 1 and 2 family residential, multifamily, and commercial and industrial. So the proposed amendment code would meet remoteness of where 2 fire apparatus access roads are required, they shall be placed a distance apart equal but not less than 300 feet, measured in a straight line. That second piece is that single access development. Right now, the fire marshal has discretion. We've found in working with the public, working with developers, that discretion is not always clear, and both the fire marshal and the public felt that some guardrails would be helpful in that. So the recommended amendment here is a geographic or topographic constraint listed above needs to be present and documented. Then enhanced road access design would require 9-foot median with 29-foot travel lanes in each direction and direct access to all dwelling units. That's essentially a boulevard. It's like Broadway going through a subdivision. Those 29-foot travel lanes are basically a double road. So you've got extra width and you have the separation through the median. This is also not a cure-all for everything. It is limited by the size of the development. So in 1 and 2 families, it would be up to 30 units, no more than that. On multifamily, up to 150 units. And on commercial industrial, up to 93 square feet. 93,000 square feet, sorry. And then lastly, one of the things that we have had on the books, so we'd like to continue that local amendment, but we would also like to clarify, is around the design, installation, maintenance, and access roads. So all design and installation standards for non-public fire apparatus roads need to handle a maximum support of 75,000 pounds, and a Kansas licensed engineer must certify design and installation. Written confirmation must be submitted to the fire marshal. So the 75,000 pounds has been there. All those other pieces have been there, but that was a local amendment. So we want to continue that local amendment and make sure that's there. Maintenance and access responsibilities for non-public fire access roads. We want to clarify this now officially in code that they will not be maintained by the city. The developer and owner retains full maintenance responsibility, and the fire marshal approval is required for non-public means of access. This allows us and the fire marshal to more easily deal with enforcement on roads that are not being maintained, and it's clear for all those involved who is responsible for that road and how to move forward with that. So in summary, regarding Appendix D, a clear 300-foot remoteness definition, limited single-access development expectations that are clear, engineering certification for 75,000-pound load roads, fire marshal authority to approve non-public road access, and maintenance responsibilities have been clarified. So with that, just following up that we have had a significant amount of public involvement for this, and more than we have had in the past. We did do a public meeting on October 29th of 2025 and went through a full presentation and did Q&A with attendees. The notification was distributed through the BAB's notification list, our contractor continuing education list, the contractor bid packet list, as well as being advertised on the city's social media platforms and website. Finally, implementation. If you were to adopt this today, we recommend that it go into effect on January 1 of 2026 with a 6-month transition window. This is something Salina has done in the past when adopting new building codes, and it's an industry standard. That gives you 6 months for everybody to come into compliance. What happens is we have projects that are maybe halfway through, or they're just about ready to get started, and the project has been designed to one set of building code or the other. So this allows everybody a little time to catch up. So that means beginning July 1 of 2026, we would fully be in the 2018 codes, or the codes as presented today. With that, I am happy to stand for questions. We have staff here that can answer some of those. There's no fiscal impact to the city based off the adoption of these new codes, and staff recommends approving ordinance 25-11264, 25-11265, 25-11266, 25-11267, 25-11268, 25-11269, 25-11270, and 25-11271 in separate motions adopting the model codes with local amendments with an effective date of January 1, 2026. And I'm going to look to Greg on how we might handle the identification of those events that have already had deposits on them. If the commission chooses to go in that direction.
My first question was, all the amendments that we've discussed are already implemented into the ordinances.
Yes.
So that was my question I had two. One, when dealing with ordinance 25-11266, which is the IFC that we're discussing, I had on here to allow activities, and again, this would have to be part of the motion, adding the Temple and VFW allowing any activities already booked, and I believe we stated earlier with a deposit in hand as of today, correct?
Correct. That was staff's recommendation.
Be allowed for groups of over 300 people.
Yeah, and I don't know, Greg, if it's best to do that right in the ordinance or if that's a separate motion because it's more of a policy and operations thing. I'll look to you for your recommendation.
Well, if I'm following Commissioner Hoppeck's comments, I would think that it probably would be best to include it with the motion, considering the ordinance.
Okay.
Because it does directly affect the ordinance.
Because it's not going to be a part of the ordinance, because the ordinance will have the 300,
Yeah, the text would, but to make sure that it's abundantly clear that your intent is both to enact the ordinance but provide for that temporary exception, I would suggest
with the following exception, right?
Right.
The other thing on the motions, we talk about effective date of January 1, 2026. Would it be beneficial to put with a 6-month compliance period? That's not on there, but we've just discussed that. It appears that we probably ought to add that.
I think they're in the end. Let me pull that up.
Because I don't know, does that have to be stated with each ordinance that becomes effective January 1 of 2026?
Commissioner Hoppeck, I just don't have them pulled up in front of me. Does it say at the end of the ordinance?
It says approve ordinances, and it gives it in separate motions adopting the model codes with local amendments with an effective date of January 1, 2026. But
The actual ordinance just says the ordinance shall be in full force and effect from and after January 1st, 2026.
Then yes, let's just
add
to
that.
clarify.
Okay,
Yes.
I think that would be beneficial. Okay. Okay, I think that was my.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Quite a compilation of information. Do we have any more questions?
It's just kind of general interest question. Are there situations where insurance on buildings or property is less, or I'm sorry, is more when the later code is not adopted? I'm just thinking of, well, fire, electrical. I mean, does that ever come into?
Let me see if I can
play?
answer your question, then I can always pivot to some of our team members. But in general, if you want to build your building to something that is a higher standard, I mean, our adopted building code is, that's what you minimally have to do. But if somebody wanted to get more engaged, but once we go to a certain standard, you have to stay at that. As far as how insurance goes, I mean, I think there's a lot of factors that are pertaining to that. I think communities do watch to make sure you're not falling too far behind in code, because there are some challenges that come with that. Rodney, do you want to add anything? Or Joe?
So Rodney Rexwinkle, commercial planner, Viewer, building inspector. As a general rule, to answer your question, usually the opposite is what happens with insurance, barring any mass casualty or mass catastrophic event, because as code advances, safety features also advance with that code. So therefore, what yesterday was not safe, the new adoption of code makes it a requirement, so therefore it becomes a safer method. Obviously, I cannot speak for the insurance industry. We all know how that goes, but as a general rule, we are advancing the safety features of buildings. So with that being said, you would expect premiums to either maintain or possible reductions. I do know, for example, on sprinkler systems in a building, that does reduce, because instead of paying for the whole building replacement, a lot of times you're paying for water damage and smaller areas of repair, depending on the structure.
Okay, and I'm just curious about one other thing. The times we've done this, I've noticed most communities don't adopt all or most of these. I mean, who actually adopts these the first day they're out?
Very few communities adopt it the first day. We are, I'm going to say probably mid-ship for our years of adoptment. We are 2012, we're 2025, so we're 13 years behind. Most communities aren't that far behind. They're usually one, maybe two code cycles behind. So to answer your question, usually they're 4 to 6 years from current date to version of code.
Do you have any more questions?
No, but my throat is getting scratchy, so I hope someone else is ready to read 8 of these.
That's it. You and I both.
Which one?
Well, I need to open this up to public comment. Thank you, Ms. Driscoll. Any member of the public wish to comment on this item, please keep your comments within the 3-minute time constraints. Thank you.
Steve Murison, Salina, VFW. And the statements are not quite as accurate from what I understand about us giving approval. Paul Hassey was discussed at the facility, but no one else had a chance to discuss it. And it wasn't fully explained to us what was going on. And it's, I don't know, we might be able to, but I mean, it's something we need to discuss with our membership as well and our leadership team. And that was not done, because did not know when it was coming up and stuff. We did not receive an email or a letter saying that there is a meeting here to come in and put the information. I just showed up today because of the article in the 311 that got a lot of play with our leadership team to see if it was brought up here, because I figured the board approved it, but it still had to come before the commission. I'm not saying we'd be totally against it, but we're not ready for it, especially when we talked about retrofit for that piece of it with the sprinkler system.
Just for a point of reference, in your opinion, what would be a reasonable amount of time to allow
Well,
for that?
we actually have our meeting tomorrow night. So if we have an understanding of what it is to bring it before our membership, in 30 days, after that, within a couple weeks of that, we would know what our official answer would be, is what I'm saying.
And you'll forgive my ignorance, but how does the chain of command work with that establishment? The gentleman that was contacted, where does he?
He's the quartermaster. He's there on a daily basis.
Okay.
The commander was not there. The senior vice was not there. The junior vice was not there. The judge advocate, which I am, was not there. So we would have questions as well.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, Mary Landis, Executive Director of the Temple.
We appreciate your consideration of letting us have the events that are on the books. A lot of these events, the weddings and quinceaneras, are planned a year or more in advance. So for us to be able to continue to have those events that were already on the books is a help to us. Our mission is to save this building and to set it up so it'll be successful in the future. And just having Lauren and everyone meet with us and explain to us what's going to be coming, it may not be under their control or the city of Salina's control, helps us to make this plan for the future and what our options might be so that we can make this building successful and open it up for the community. So I really appreciate them meeting with us and helping us to understand that. And I appreciate your consideration in allowing us to have the events that are on the books to remain while we look at what we can do for the extended future. So thank you.
Thank you. I am curious, what is the last date that's booked as far as?
Yes, these are events for 2026. So then the last date, I believe, is September. It's a quinceanera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Blanchard, Salina. First of all, I appreciate all the work that went into updating these to the 2018. It's been a while since we've updated these. I do believe that part of your strategic planning in the past, and I don't know if it's current, but has had language in there that would suggest that the International Energy and Conservation Code may warrant discussion at your strategic planning to see if we maybe can't bump that up a little bit. I know we don't have all of the local expertise for all of those things, but I'm hoping that and would expect that we would attract some of that and some people would train themselves up for some of those tasks. I'm a frequent commenter on Appendix D. The 300, I understand the reasoning for the change in the remoteness and everything. I appreciate the explanation as to why the 300 feet. One thing I do have a question on, and hate to do this, but it brings back the roundabout question. And that is when you pass that roundabout section, and really, anytime you have any change in a pavement, traffic calming devices, those kind of things, speed bumps, raised medians, all these other things. Did you consult with the fire marshal, or is there anything in our current code that would address those types of concerns? And also in relation to, we're leasing these vehicles now, and are we, is that consistent with the leasing? What happens? Who's responsible for damage? Should any occur to these vehicles? And I guess the police department vehicles would go along with that and so on. But I didn't see anything in the packet, and since I saw the fire marshal is here, maybe you can ask him. And just a question for commissioners, was the fire marshal consulted on that when talking about, in particular, roundabouts and or other traffic calming devices? But thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Would our fire marshal like to add any comment to that particular question, or? Thank you. I appreciate it.
Joe Kovacic, Fire Marshal. As far as the 300 feet, that is for the remoteness, that is like bare minimum. If we can still get half the distance, we're going to try for that every time. The 300 feet is for those that are geographically challenged and getting
That'd be one of the requirements that Ms. Driscoll mentioned.
Right, the 29 feet width, 9 foot median would be more like a city street standard. As far as, I had a feeling this was going to rear its head, so I brought up the code as far as traffic calming devices. And we do have a local or it is currently adopted also. But traffic calming devices are in the IFC. And it says the definition for traffic calming is based on the definition provided by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. Many communities are facing increased traffic volumes. Both new and existing streets are experiencing higher vehicular volumes and speeds as drivers attempt to find shortcuts to ease their commutes. Designers, planning departments, traffic engineering departments are increasingly turning to traffic calming measures to preserve quality and enjoyment of life for their citizens. In many communities, a concern of homeowners is use of residential streets as an alternative route to basically people that want to divert from a roundabout or any other speed bumps, speed humps. This even goes into road narrowings. Anything that's going to slow them down, they're seeing people take detours through residential streets. What happens there is then those people will start complaining that people are flying down their streets trying to get around the traffic. But it also says that there are concerns about pedestrian safety, vehicle speeds, and the traffic volume of residential streets. On the other hand, property owners also want the lowest response time that is practical in the event of an emergency that requires a response by the fire or police department. In fact, response time is the primary measurement for quality of service used by the public. The installation of traffic calming devices competes with these two goals. A number of studies have been conducted to evaluate the impact of traffic calming devices on the response time of fire and emergency medical services apparatus. These studies found that traffic calming devices have no real impact on law enforcement vehicles because they are the size, or because of their size. However, depending on the method of traffic calming used, roundabouts, speed bumps, speed pillows, narrowing of streets, winding roads rather than straight roads, and vehicle type, response times for fire and emergency services generally are increased by these devices. Studies have also found that vehicle frames of fire and EMS apparatus can be damaged, and emergency services personnel have been injured while responding over certain traffic calming devices. I did read today, ironically, came through email that a Missouri fire district is suing a city for some traffic calming devices that damaged their frames on their apparatus, but that is still a very early on case. So that'll be interesting to follow as far as how that goes. I guess the other concern is with the time. We don't have a Station 5 out in that area right now. So if we start putting more and more roundabouts, it's going to slow our response time, which is already lengthened to that side of town. But we have been in discussion for years about city growth going southwest and the need for another fire station down the road. So it has been on our mind quite frequently. So, and not that we want to spend another, $9 million on another fire station, but just to put that on your radar that we may be looking at that soon. Does that answer?
More than.
Put to bed?
Yeah.
Okay. Any
follow-up questions?
And I can provide the commentary from the IFC if need be.
I'll don't think that's necessary. We appreciate your time and your expertise.
Jamie Bradley, Salina, didn't come here for this tonight, but I'm interested in the conversation. I want to make sure I understand. So fire code, building code obviously apply when you're building a building or developing. But do I understand we're talking about established businesses that have a business plan of sorts, in this case the VFW and Temple, that something's being changed, that now their building is not sufficient, that they're now going to have to change something in order to maintain the business that they're doing? Is that what I understand?
Basically.
I'm sorry, I understand this is.
Basically
I'm just trying to
pertaining fire
understand.
suppression systems or sprinkler systems. And basically the projection is that the state code is going to go this direction. So we're just.
I guess I always just thought that once your building was good enough for doing what you're doing, it was good enough. It was good enough at the time. It's kind of grandfathered in as rules change.
That's usually the case, but with this case being a safety issue, it's retroactive, and it's one of the only things in that packet that is retroactive. But Ms. Driscoll is far more capable of answering those questions than I am.
Yeah, it's a very unique situation, but the life safety concerns are so documented. And over the last 15 years, the Code Council has worked on this, that this is the sweet spot. And they rarely put something into Chapter 11, which is retroactive. And this is one of those things. And so it's significant enough. And like I said, we tried to do a local amendment that has some flexibility to it. But it also will likely be taken out of our hands in the next couple of years. But this standard is across the United States. And for an A1 that is an assembly occupancy that's larger than this, like sprinklers are always mandatory. So this does
During
give
building,
them some
right?
time during building. But when you go retroactive, that means there's enough case material that shows that if we don't fix this now, more people will get hurt. And it's based off a very significant fire. I can't remember the name of it, out of Rhode Island.
And I'm not sure Mr. Bradley was here when we discussed this earlier,
Yeah.
but this also deals because of alcohol. This is 300 people or more when alcohol is being served. I couldn't remember if you were here when we were.
No,
We've talked about that in the study session, yeah.
Sure, yeah.
So, I don't know if the commission wants to dive into this.
No. And I had one other question for you.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Understand that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Ms. Driscoll, I had one other question. Could you address the comments on the VFW? Because I know you said, earlier you had discussions with.
Yeah, so earlier in November, staff called the VFW, asked staff who we should speak to about what we wanted to talk with. They recommended we speak with the quartermaster, Paul Hasse. Staff met with him. We had 2 members of staff go out there. We also left an informational flyer with him that talked about when the BAB was meeting next to talk about this. It's also in this meeting packet. It also laid out what the current code was, what the proposed code changes were, how the VFW could be affected. Staff also walked through and talked about, with Paul, changes that could be made, how this could be made flexible, invited you guys to give us some feedback prior to this meeting, prior to the BAB meeting. Not to say that we went in with the best of intentions, and no one contacted us directly since meeting with you guys, and we gave you all the information possible. So, and have tried to keep this flexible. And as other things have been brought to us, the Temple being the other businesses affected, and they made a suggested change, we folded the VFW into that to make sure there was equal access to that recommendation for both businesses. Does that answer your question?
Well, it's sort of a follow-up question. I'm just trying to think of. I have no idea what it would cost to sprinkle a VFW or whatever it is. I know it's going to be more for the Temple, but if we're saying, okay, in 3 weeks you got to have sprinklers up, which is
Not what we're recommending.
Well, yeah, I know. I mean, if we're allowing some use anyway, then we're saying, yeah, we're concerned about safety, but not so much for these 8 events that you can't have them anyway. It's.
But we are saying you have to get there eventually.
Right. I'm just wondering if making it basically this takes effect in 3 weeks. I don't think even if money wasn't an issue, they could get it sprinkled in 3 weeks anyway. That just. this is the only one I think that has a significant financial burden to do something quickly. Not saying anything about the value of it, but if we were going to delay
Did Mr. Hassey
enforcement date.
Did Mr. Hassey make any comments as to how many activities they would have that would have over 300 people with alcohol involved?
As we noted in the presentation earlier, and I can let staff speak to this, they noted that they have 3 or 4 events a year that are over 300 where they have alcohol, but they could accommodate that, however that looks.
Is there a reason we couldn't just apply a uniform time frame for both entities? If we're allotting the temple, until the end of September, then we would.
Sure, I mean, we were going
Accommodate
based
them
on
equally.
events they had deposits for.
Right, I
So, but
understand
if we
that,
want to pick a time frame, that's also a doable thing. That's totally within an option within the body.
Because I don't.
At least then they're not out of compliance.
Yeah. Well, and it's
January 2nd, where they know they couldn't host one of those events. But
the installation of those systems is financially burdensome, from my understanding.
Well, in the amendment, I want to make clear too, the amendment, the way it's originally written, it's like, if you've got this capacity and you serve alcohol, like that's it. We're trying to say you can have less people, some alcohol, or you can go over that and no alcohol. So it gives flexibility too, to rather than just call them out on that full occupancy or having to create, suppressed occupancies. It allows for some flexibility where alcohol is the component that really changes between those 2 sets of numbers.
So 299 will be a very popular number then.
And again, I'm talking out loud here, but I guess we could approve the other ordinances and leave this one until we have some more discussion of the VFW. I mean, I don't know if that matters. Because I don't know if they have, because they may not have, their activities may be just sponsored by the VFW, not ones that they have deposits on. I guess, or we could just go
I mean, staff is happy to go to their meeting.
Yeah.
That's something we're happy to do. I mean, if that's the will of the body.
Well, what new information would we give them, or them give us? Sounds like this is coming down the road anyway. We're trying to be ahead of the state, I guess, and it's for safety. But certainly, as far as a date to be in compliance by, because we're just kind of arbitrarily picking out dates out the year based on what they've booked already. I mean, and I don't have a solution. I'm just saying that out loud. I'm just talking out loud.
Seems to me if the state's looking at a 2-year, I mean, we split the difference and give it a year.
I had a similar thought,
So if you gave them a year grace period, are we still keeping the local amendment where if they're under the 300, they can have alcohol, but if they're over 300, no alcohol?
I was thinking more along the lines of leaving it as is for a year with them having notice of it.
Okay, so then in a year that they would need to have sprinklers?
Well, probably. I don't know.
Well, actually, I mean, it's sort of it wouldn't cut out all the business. It would limit alcohol events to $2.99. It would not?
No, the way that
would be 100?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Refresh me. Sorry.
So the way the code is written is if there's an occupant load of 300, if they have room, VFW is on the big hall is 478, I believe is what it is on the door.
303 in the big hall.
Okay. So they
based on the
could
room.
not even host an event because it says 303 on the door. It's the occupant load, not the occupants. So what our exception to that is because the code council said 300 is the magic number. So we decided, okay, if the code council, if you built your facility to hold 299, you can have alcohol every day of the week. If you build it at 301, you had to have a sprinkler. So we came down and said, okay, well, if it's already acceptable by the code council that 300 is the magic number, then why can't we make that an exception and say, if you have an event sub 300, you could have the alcohol as if you built your building at 300, or 299, excuse me. If you went, post 300, you couldn't have alcohol because you would not allow to have alcohol otherwise. We're trying to find that happy medium to allow.
So those
that.
limits are already in place just by the way the occupancy is set for the room today or
Unless we
yesterday.
amend that part of the code.
So if we make the amendment, then that's intended to stay in place until the state changes theirs.
We have no, at this time, plan to change or take that amendment
So
out
could we
later.
make that amendment active January 1st of
It would
2020?
be active January 1, your exception. And then on top of that, you could decide, do you allow them a certain amount of events if they've already got them booked? So that was saying January 1, our exception would go into place, so they could have no alcohol above 300, alcohol, yes, under 300, and if they had certain events already booked for the year, and you guys can decide. I mean, we had to come up with some language, so we came up with deposited events, but if the body chooses something different, you can make that recommendation, but some kind of threshold to say, if you've got something on the books or you've got something planned, you have to have those done by a certain amount of time.
My thought was just have the amendment go into effect January 1st, 27.
Those two entities.
Yeah. Well, they're the only two in play, I think.
So January 1st, 2027 would mean we
So
don't.
they would act the same way they act today.
Right.
Until 2027, and then the amendment would go into effect. So the effective date of the ordinance, or of the amendment to the ordinance, would be
Is it model code
1 year.
amendment or our amendment?
our amendment.
Okay. So nothing would change for 2 years, and then in 2 years, they could have
For 1 year.
For 1 year.
1 year. So
So
then they could have-
January 1, 2027, then the local amendment would go into effect.
Okay.
So we also want to, so we would postpone the adoption of the model code, we'd have to.
Right.
Because model code would become effective immediately without the exception of nothing allowed at all.
Correct. So we do what, a sunset or sunrise clause on that, Greg? We take that
Short
out in
answer.
separate motions?
Yes, are you anticipating? Oh,
It's on.
yeah, it's on, I'm sorry. Are we anticipating action on that this evening?
That was a good question.
Because if I may, I don't know if you all are up for a 5-minute break, but I do have some questions that I'd like to address or speak with Ms. Driscoll and Mr. Wood about that you might find interesting or not. And about 5 minutes should take care of it if that.
Because my comment was, we can approve all the other ordinances except this one and then have that worked out if we need more than 5 minutes to do that.
That's true, but
So-
my 5 minutes relates to all of them.
Okay.
I still think we should do 10, just to give us.
Okay, let's do a
Yeah.
10-minute. Okay.
10 minutes. Okay.
So, be back here at,
Well, we're gonna have to do an executive session, I'm assuming.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
No.
I just meant a
no, they just want
quick
Oh, it's just we
caucus
just need to do a
with
recess is
staff.
all.
recess, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
with
my
staff.
mistake. I
I'm
misunderstood.
sorry.
I thought we were doing an
Well, I
executive session
understand why you might
pertaining
have
to
thought
that
that.
particular item.
No,
Okay.
it just is a recess that can be taken at your discretion.
Well, we're going to do a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back in session at
6:45.
Or we'll reconvene at 6:45 p.m. There we go. All right, we're gonna resume the meeting. And Mr. Bankston, do you have more info for us?
Yes, and thank you for that opportunity. I think, I don't know if Mr. Wood wants to speak to what the outcome of our discussion.
Yeah, sure. So I guess the first discussion, we feel like it's probably a good idea to move the fire code to another meeting so that we can, seems like the direction that we got is that you want to have the local amendment to that section of the code that requires the sprinklers, but that would be delayed. The effective date would be delayed until January 1 of 2027. So I think because that's an individual section, we probably need to do that, do some finagling with the ordinance, so we can bring that back at our next meeting. And then the other part of the discussion we were having was about the effective date or kind of the grace period that we discussed, and we feel like we probably need to have some language in the motion when you approve the ordinances that specifies that, and it looks like Greg's writing it down, so we'll read it to you when he's got that completed, just to have clarity for staff and how we administer this, and then also for the public as they come forward with new and pending building permits, what's the effective code that's on the books or that needs to be followed.
Yes, I think as you consider these, the thought would be that the motion end with what is, with the clarification that pending or active permits will be allowed to proceed under the current code. Ms. Driscoll was confident that.
And that's ordinance number 25-11266?
That would be a suffix to the motion for every. Assuming it's a motion to adopt, that just would be added to each of those motions because it would apply to
Give that again, pending.
Well, I was going to,
You
you promise not to make fun of my
We can't
writing.
read your writing. Go ahead, let's try it.
I knew that was coming. I tried to write big. Doesn't mean
You're going to have to pass that to me.
Proceed under the current code. Okay, do you recommend this be after I'll do the effective date, the compliance period, and then add this at the end? Is that how you would?
Well, that should actually suffice for that was intended to suffice for the compliance period. It
Right,
really is just not a date certain as much as making sure.
Right, but this has to be read, but also we have to mention that the new ordinance is going to affect January 1st of 2026.
Correct.
And with a 6-month grace period.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. That
So you don't-
it's not a defined period as far as a grace period. As I understood the intention, and maybe Ms. Driscoll will want to speak to it, the new code would go into effect. The old code is technically repealed. But the objective, as I understood from an implementation standpoint, was to be sure that folks who had pending or active.
What if somebody goes in and, well, I guess we only have a couple weeks. So
Well, now, each ordinance does end, this ordinance shall be in full force basically after January 1st. That's already in there.
But it also removes the old code. So we need to clarify that if you have active and pending applications, that they can stay under this current code. So that's the suggestion that Greg is giving, because the ordinance itself has the baked-in January 1 date.
So we'll
It's
put
active
that,
and pending as of tonight.
They would be active and pending as of just any active and pending before it goes into effect, really, because tonight doesn't matter in the scheme of that. It's if they're active and pending by January 1, they can operate under the old code.
so we don't even need to mention January 1st to 2026?
Right, that's already in here.
It's already in the ordinance.
That is the stated effective date in
What
the
you wrote
ordinance.
is in lieu of what, at the end of this, the adopting the model codes with local amendments with Effective date
We're
of-
taking adopting the model codes with
Okay.
local amendments.
There would
Sorry, I
be no
just wanted
harm in, if
clarification
you
on
wanted,
that.
from a public notification standpoint, to mention the effective date, that's certainly,
But it is in each ordinance, the effective date is identified.
Understood.
With local amendments.
Thank you. Sorry for the confusion.
No, there's a big lift with this many ordinances, so I think we're just trying to make sure it's gonna accommodate as many people as possible.
And then we're going to bypass ordinance 25-11266 for today.
Which
Yeah,
is
and actually,
IFC.
if we could postpone that.
Okay.
If we could postpone that ordinance to December 22nd, I think that gets us where we need to be.
Postpone. December 22nd, you said?
Yes.
Okay,
And that's the next regularly scheduled city commission meeting.
got it. Well, do we have any
Okay.
more discussion? Or are we ready for a motion?
Okay, let's give this a shot. Here we go. Mayor Linkowitz, I move we approve ordinance number 25-11264, adopting the model codes with local amendments with the clarification that pending or active permits will be allowed to proceed under the current code.
Second.
I'm going to need that, please and thank you.
You okay with that?
I'm sorry, I was listening for the content. Did you mention the ordinance number specifically?
Yes.
I'm sorry, that, I wanted to make sure of that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for adopting ordinance number 25-11264 with the clarification that pending or active permits will be allowed to proceed under the current code. And this is a roll call vote.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy?
Aye.
Commissioner Lungbein?
Aye.
Mayor Linkowitz?
Aye.
Okay, Mayor Linkowitz, I move we approve ordinance number 25-11265, adopting the model codes with local amendments with the clarification that pending or active permits will be allowed to proceed under the current code.
Second.
All right, we've motioned a second, and I will need that again. We'll get it memorized at some point. All right, motion and a second to approve ordinance 25-11265 with the clarification that pending or active permits will be allowed to proceed under the current code. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy?
Aye.
Commissioner Longbein?
Aye.
Mayor Linkowitz?
Aye.
Okay, Mayor Linkowitz, I move that we postpone ordinance number 25-11266 to December 22nd, 2025.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to postpone ordinance number 25-11266 to December 22nd of 2025. And
I think
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Passes 5-0.
Mayor Linkowitz, I move we approve ordinance number 25-11267, adopting the model codes with local amendments with the clarification that pending or active permits will be allowed to proceed under the current code.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance number 25-11267 with the clarification that pending or active permits will be allowed to proceed under the current code. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy?
Aye.
Commissioner Longbein?
Aye.
Mayor Linkowitz?
Aye.
Mayor Linkowitz, I move we approve ordinance number 25-11268, adopting the model codes with local amendments with the clarification that pending or active permits will be allowed to proceed under the current code.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance number 25-11268 with the clarification that pending or active permits will be allowed to proceed under the current code. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy?
Aye.
Commissioner Longbein?
Aye.
Mayor Linkowitz?
Aye.
Mayor Linkowitz, I move we approve ordinance number 25-11269, adopting the model codes with local amendments with the clarification that pending or active permits will be allowed to proceed under the current code.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance 25-11269 with the clarification that pending or active permits will be allowed to proceed under the current code. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy?
Aye.
Commissioner Longbine?
Aye.
Mayor Linkowitz?
Aye.
Mayor Linkowitz, I move we approve ordinance number 25-11270, adopting the model codes with local amendments with the clarification that pending or active permits will be allowed to proceed under the current code.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance 25-11270 with the clarification that pending or active permits will be allowed to proceed under the current clarification, or current code, I'm sorry. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy?
Aye.
Commissioner Longbine?
Aye.
Mayor Linkowitz?
Aye.
Mayor Linkowitz, I move we approve ordinance number 25-11271, adopting the model codes with local amendments with the clarification that pending or active permits will be allowed to proceed under the current code.
Second.
We have a motion and a section, excuse me. We have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance number 25-11271 with the clarification that pending or active permits will be allowed to proceed under the current code. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy?
Aye.
Commissioner Longbine?
Aye.
Mayor Linkowitz?
Aye. And that takes us to other business. Any commissioner have other business they wish to discuss?
Got one. I was a proud father of several Central High School football players over the years. I am just really ecstatic that Salina Central High School is a 5A state football champion. And, yeah.
It's amazing.
Is there a parade or anything? No parade.
I'm green and gold. I'm not scared of it.
Yeah. I was going to bring this up as well, and I don't think there's
As long
one
as it
central,
says Salina, right, we cheer them both.
There's
Right.
not one central alumni on
Right.
the commission.
Both my kids are Central grads, so I'm happy for them.
Well, I went to all the games this year, so.
Really?
Yeah.
Any other commissioner with any other business? That brings us to Citizens Forum. Please keep your comments within the 3-minute time constraints, please, and thank you.
Good afternoon again, Doug Ramp. I know I'm being redundant to you guys, but Cedar Ridge Drive. A lot of time has been spent today talking about safety. Got 8 neighborhoods, maybe 10% of the community that only has one way in and out. I'm going to say the natives are beyond restless. Somebody over the weekend moved barriers and cars were driving through there. And as of sometime this afternoon, equipment was put across the road to block people from using that again. But from a safety perspective, I mean, this is going on the better part of 2 years with it being closed a lot. Whatever we do, whoever's doing that project, I hope they do not get the water well in 9th Street project. This is just taking way too long. And earlier, I mentioned the Magnolia Hills project and the number and how it gets turned over to the taxpayers regarding specials. I just want to say that Kelly Dunn messaged me and said he did get half a dozen bids on the different portions of the work. He said they were very responsive to him. And he did go through it in detail, making sure the best numbers possible were presented. And I just wanted to make that correction. I'm glad nobody took me up on my bet earlier. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
John Blanchard. First of all, I'd like to thank staff for their comments on the last item. They were very, very informative. I brought a prop today, and I I want to say a couple of things. First of all, your duties as city commissioners, as you well know, is to be the protector of the public purse. It's one of your most critical and important functions, and taxpayers rely on you to be diligent in those duties. I could keep money in here. That's sort of the prop that I'm using this for. The second thing that you could put in here is something that's really valuable. And one of the valuable things that you have as commissioners and as a governing body is public trust. Once you lose public trust, it's really hard to get back. It's hard to get people engaged in the community. It's hard to get people to go along with some of your more bold ideas. So I say that all to say, I ask you to choose wisely when it comes to when you go into executive session to talk about appealing the cozy inn. I hope you will look at that with a real sober perspective and determine what the true cost could be and whether or not it's worth it. So I want you to fully consider your decision. Now, little fun facts here. Another prop. They're kind of cold, but I got 6 of them in here, so you guys can fight over them if you guys want this. If not, I'll share it with the peanut gallery out here. But the fun facts are these: there's 6 sliders in here. Okay, they're cold, but for each one of these little cozy burgers, the city makes 18 cents in sales tax. Now, our bill for the lawsuit is currently at $704,000. At 18 cents a piece per sales tax, we're going to have to buy 3,840,000 of these little buggers, okay, as a community to make up that cost. And so, I just want to say that is 85 of these yummy little sliders for each resident. So I just want to say, I hope you don't appeal this thing. I hope that you'll look out for taxpayer dollars. And to each of the 45,000 residents of Salina, I hope you're hungry. Get going. You've only got 85 to eat. Thank you guys all very much. And if I don't make it next week, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Thanks for your comment. I actually appreciate the levity, so thank you.
I thought you would.
Mr. Winholtz, by my count, I owe you some more time, for what it's worth.
No, you don't. Ben Winholtz, Salina. Thanks, John, for the smell. Man, how am I going to explain that one when I get home? I wish to thank you, commissioners, for listening to me as far as the roundabout and the issue that we have with advanced auto out there, and hopefully that can get taken care of. What I did want to bring up, Yvonne, since we're on vehicles, is I am the cruise leader for Thursday Night Cruisers. We use that intersection weekly to either do our eastern route or our western route when we go. That is of no issue. We won't have a problem because we're an older generation. But I do know of a younger generation of car enthusiasts who meet on Saturday night here in Salina. And if you want to see some of the things that they do, which involves pushing the laws of driving to the limit, go to the old mall and the parking lot there in front. It'd be just this side of Ashley's and Burlington, and take a look at the asphalt in there and all the black marks. That generation, the younger generation, has what they call drifting. It's a new sport with the cars. And with 2 new roundabouts coming in, the one here that you were talking about today and the other one out by Menards, hopefully, pray to God that these individuals don't realize they now have a new drifting area, being that it's round. I should have brought this up sooner, but it is what it is. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Mr. Winholtz. Anyone else? That brings us to executive session.
Okay, Mayor Lankwith, sorry. I move the City Commission recess in executive session for 1 hour to discuss with special legal counsel the subject of legal consideration relating to the Cozy Inn versus City of Salina case based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. Possible action to follow, and we will resume at 8:10.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to go into executive session, my mistake, recess into executive session for 1 hour to discuss with special legal counsel the subject of legal considerations relating to the Cozy Inn versus City of Salina case based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B subsection 2, and we will resume our meeting at 8:10 p.m. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.
City Commission. Sure. Okay. Mayor Lankwitz, I move that the City Commission recess an executive session for 15 minutes to discuss with special legal counsel the subject of legal considerations relating to the Cozy Inn versus City of Salina case based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 754319B2. We will return in
8:28.
8:28.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to recess into executive session for 15 minutes to discuss with special legal counsel the subject of legal considerations relating to the Cozy Inn versus City of Salina case based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75- sorry, my eyes are just 75-4319B subsection 2, and
Be back here at 8:28.
yeah, we'll be back at 8:28 p.m.
Second.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Second.
All right.
It's not late, is it?
Now that we're back, motion to adjourn.
Mayor, I move we adjourn.
Second.
Motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we're adjourned.